Hello, explorers, and welcome back to the Feywilds. Hello, Ifany. Hello, Exus. Hello, Reggie. Thanks for stopping by. I do appreciate. Hope you're doing good. And yes, I have put closed captions on. Oh, actually, yep, I need to. I wish I could auto start it. That would be nice. There we go. So if that doesn't work, let me know. It looks like it is. It looks like it is. So this should help a little bit. You have a closed caption button somewhere that you can press and you're good to go. It's working. Excellent. Excellent. It's funny, it'll turn itself off, but it won't turn itself on. So, you know, which I guess makes sense because like when I have things muted, I don't want closed caption going off. Might be a bit of a problem. You know. So anyway, welcome back to Tales of the Apocrypha. Oh baby, we just survived a dragon. Taffy got crit nuked into oblivion. Apparently, you know, getting shot. Listen, Taffy now knows how it feels to get shot. Twice. And criticaled twice. Baby, oh baby. That was like 60 something damage in a turn. So, you know, that's fun. You know, listen, we survived the dragon. That's all that matters. So we're gonna, yeah, it was a fun time. So we're gonna swap it over, and we're gonna get the recap and see where we're gonna go from here. Oh baby, let's see here. HP deleted, exactly. Hello.
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 Hey.
How's everybody doing?
We're doing.
Excellent.
How you doing?
Doing good. Doing good.
Hell yeah. Nice. But yeah. Hello everyone. Welcome to another session of Tales of the Apocrypha. It's another Saturday night.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh baby.
Yeah. Who's excited?
Listen, we survived the dragon. We're good to go.
You did. You guys survived a dragon. You know, nothing can possibly stop you now.
Yeah,
Children's first dragon.
Children's first dragon. Ignore the fact that we had massive amounts of help.
Yeah.
Fine.
It's fine.
It's fine.
He's so
So great. So great.
Oh, watching the closed captions is fun.
Oh, that's good.
Oh boy.
Uh-oh.
Because I think it only picks up me. I don't think it picks up anybody else.
Yep.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I need to figure out how to tie it to everybody. But for now,
Hold on.
That's a terrible idea.
it's a terrible idea. Just get a bunch of splice sentences together. You know, no
Yeah.
problem. It's a dragon fight without massive casualties. Yeah, see, exactly. Just, you know,
Yeah.
the one casualty. Well, I mean, there was a couple casualties. Though the dragon didn't, like, directly kill anyone. No, he did. That's right, he ate somebody.
I also
Yeah.
imagine that before we got there,
Oh,
there
yeah.
were probably several casualties.
Okay, I mean, that's
Yeah.
fair. That's true. Listen, they only count if
Yeah.
we see them. They only count if we're there.
Yeah.
If they're not
Yeah.
within render distance, they don't load in. They don't count.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah, exactly.
So yes, so we've got the whole crew here with us tonight. Thank you everyone in chat for joining us for another session. I guess we will hop right on into it. So I don't really have anything else to announce today. So last session, our party had been teleported back to Mithranve with the help of Veyron, the masked lord, one of the drow gods, after they had finished conversing with him the session prior and, you know, agreed to go back to Mithranve now to help Balar fix the barrier. The party split up in order to get their task accomplished, as you know, part of them, they had to go fix the barrier, but at the same time had to deal with the many monsters that had made their way inside of Mithranve. And as Taffy and Arca, I believe it was you two, who bolted to the Duret Manor. Or who else? You had someone else
Yuvari.
with you.
We
Yuvari,
drug
that's
Vari
right.
along with us.
Yeah. Yuvari, Taffy, and Arca bolted for the Duret Manor, while the rest of the party headed towards Resh's Manor in the hopes of meeting up with Yulia and Nyalkish, whom had stayed behind while the rest of the party had gone out into the Nightlands to the the Vault of Glittering Night. As the trio came to the Duret Manor, they gave Balar everything he needed, and Arca flew him up to the barrier to allow him to begin repairing it, as the other two descended the infinite staircase yet again from his tower to go meet up with everyone else. Meanwhile, Narshellus, Runarian, and Aoife ran into some complications before they could reach Resh's Manor once more, and found themselves face to face with a deep dragon, along with a number of spiders, Drider, and a spectator hovering above them on one of the rooftops. Oddly enough, they ran into Yulia and Nyalkish here, whom had been stopped by this dragon before they could get themselves to safety. And as the rest of their party managed to trickle in, face down their foes in an attempt to help save the many civilians that were still caught in the chaos. Before they could completely finish off the dragon, however, Arca descended with Balar still in tow. Balar cast a rather powerful spell which lit the dragon on fire before it was seemingly smited by one Hilarion Doret, whom had taken up a stance at the top of one of the buildings to address the now gathering crowd now that the major threat had been dealt with. And I believe that is where we are starting our session tonight. As I find the right thing here. Shoot. Bela, I think I need the thing sent to me again.
Just type in Hilarion in your Google, not Opera.
Yeah, okay. Oh, here's this it? Ah, yeah, here we go, got it.
There you go.
Fantastic, alright.
And feel free to add with.
Yeah, okay.
I did not include much.
Oh, you're fine. Let's see. Okay. So actually then I'm gonna use... We're just gonna use this. Just so we're not sitting on here, but I also just don't want to open the old battle map. It's a hot mess.
You don't like the rainbow lines?
Yeah. You
Yeah,
don't
the
like
rainbow line was cool.
the
Well,
ultimate spell. Level 9
I tried to
prestidigitation.
I tried to
No.
clean it up a little, but there's so much going on. I mean, you can go back to that one if y'all prefer, but
Yes.
Yeah, can we go to
I hate
just
you.
just for a little bit? Because I want to show some of the chat wasn't here.
Okay. Well,
Here you
I
go.
already got
Here you
rid
go.
of the
This
rainbow
is-
lines, unfortunately.
Oh, okay.
Oh
Yeah,
my God.
just imagine lines of rainbow
But
just
it's going through the dragon.
through the dragon.
That
Yeah,
was epic.
This was what we had to fight last week.
it sure was.
It sure was.
So much fun.
Oh no.
There, I see it. It's happening. There it
Oh,
goes. Slowly being built.
Oh jeez.
Is that the princess being hurt? Yes, it is.
Yeah, she sure was.
She got zapped a
I
little
think-
bit.
Taffy nearly died.
Yulia
All the
nearly
squishies
died.
were not having a great time.
Listen, it was just
yeah,
so
there
it
you
was,
go.
okay. It's fine.
I at least prevented the dragon from doing anything for 2 whole turns. That was fun.
It's exactly.
It was
There you go.
fantastic. Yeah.
Mighty
I
Cats is
see.
my new favorite spell.
dying.
I see where chat's loyalties lay.
Oh gosh.
Oh, well, is that how it's going to be? huh?
Priorities.
Priorities. Oh, okay. So,
So, alright, so picking up from where we last left off, the dragon now lays dead before you all, its body motionless and magic and fire still glittering in the air, along with the smell of burning flesh and blood and soot in your nostrils. The fighting has now come to a halt as the last few Drider and spiders seem to have now backed off now that Hilarion has approached and smited the deep dragon right before your very eyes. The streets, once restless, have grown quiet as you can hear and see down street corners and alleyways that people have begun gathering, perhaps drawn to the sound of your battle, and now with their one of the ruling matrons of Mithranve having now come to the battlefield herself, the people of Mithranve are drawn curiously to her words. And before she can continue her speech she had started prior, you all feel as if the air around you is growing thin. Your lungs are starting to feel chilly with every breath that you draw. The streets around you now have grown almost completely silent, save for the sound of skittering drider legs and coughing and sputtering from victims as they scramble to their feet and assess their wounds and the damages around them. Hilarion herself, perched high upon a building, lifts her head crudely as she stares over all of you, her eyes thinning as her gaze darts from face to face. You see around the edges of the buildings that had just held the twisted forms of the spectator, the giant spiders and such. You see the faces of the city's denizens, curious, hurt, confused, angry. They're mainly drow, looking upon the matron mother with looks of mixed desperation and exhaustion and pain. You see there's a child clinging to their mother's leg with a look of intrigue and terror in her eyes, staring down the body of the dragon as it hangs haphazardly from the rooftop it had perched upon. Its jaw has lolled open, tongue already going stiff as some of the violet spit slime drizzles from its maw. Hilarion raises her head, pointing a clawed finger out toward the defeated drake. If this is not proof enough of our former matron mother's folly, then I do not know what is. Clearly we have strayed far, too far from the protection of our dark mother, too far from she who must be obeyed, who must be feared. The Spider Queen will be obeyed, as is evidenced today by her sending so many of her servants to bend us to her will. She seems to almost give a triumphant smile to you all as you see her lifting the pommel of her snake-headed whip and smacking it rhythmically into her other open palm. We will return to our ways, the right ways, the true ways, and we will begin by doing what we have always done. Mithranve will again become a holy city for our mother, and we will begin with you. The whip lifts suddenly, pointing apparently dead center at the center of the carnage that you all find yourselves standing in, though she seems to not be staring at any of you in particular. Suddenly, she'll turn her gaze and the point of her whip toward the crowd that's gathering on the fringes of the battlefield. With all of you! And you hear her let out this almost shrill laugh. No longer will Mithranve bend to the whims of Kornbluth. The outsiders will find themselves faced with a reckoning the likes of which our dear Ilithiri have not seen before. We will cast out the outsiders, turn away the refugees, make slaves of those beneath us, and become once again the most powerful people this world has ever dreamed to tremble before. As you would expect, some faces in the crowd are apprehensive. Most notably, you notice the goblin Biscuit, having been thrown earlier onto the roof of one of the nearby buildings, has made his way down now onto the road once more, looking up at her with apprehension as he wrings his hands nervously with his hat clenched in his fingers. And you see not far from him the white bull Changa, mighty minotaur, whom seems to be staring up at Hilarion with a look of contention and anger, his brow draw downward, his nostrils flaring as he huffs. Hilarion, you see, seems to take notice of this and looks down upon him from her high perch. And with the grace of a spider or a ghost of some sort, you see her apparently float downward from her perch, all the way down safely to the ground before the mighty Minotaur, Changa, whom you all recognize as being the leader of the Black Brigade. One you had met very briefly. Let's see. And you see as she stands before him, people in the crowd are kind of pushing forward, their eyes wide with apprehension, waiting with bated breath to see what their matron will do. And you hear her as she points her whip out towards Changa. She says, "Kneel to me, slave." "I will not."
Uh-oh.
Tonga snorts, rearing back his head.
Goodbye, Tonga.
Goodbye. You will be missed.
The look he's giving her is clearly one of defiance. "I am not your slave." And you see Hilarion just smiles, and she tilts her head back towards a couple of armored male drow that you can just see peeking out of the shadows of one of the buildings. One of them steps forward wordlessly and raises a blade as though to aim for Changa's leg. But suddenly he's moving in a very different direction, and you hear the Minotaur cry out in pain, his axe falling and clattering to the ground. The blade has not only come into contact with his legs, but has gone through one, and now both of them, as his body topples to the floor and blood splatters across the pavement. You see Bizkit fearfully retreating back into the shadows, shaking and trembling as tears are stinging at his eyes. Changa struggles to keep his chest and face off of the floor, but he's bleeding out rather quickly, huffing, quivering, and struggling to stay conscious as he stares up at the drow matron before him. Hilarion steps forward, glaring down the bridge of her nose. He just barely manages to look up at her, his maw opening to speak, to scream, but you see she suddenly lifts the heel of her boot and slams it down onto his head, forcing him down to the floor.
Damn.
"You are beneath me. Your whole little brigade is beneath us. Do not forget it."
Real quick, as this
Yes.
is going on, Nicholas has very carefully removed himself from the center of the street. While everyone is focused on Hilarion, he's going to quickly grapple onto Arca, and he's going to pull him over to Nyalkish.
Thank you, and there's
He's
Bellas.
going to then very, very quickly pull both of them over behind the stall.
Valid.
Thank you, and there's Bellas.
Yeah, Nyalkish will not even argue as you pull her back. And Ari, kind of noticing movement from the corners of his eyes, also backs away very, very quickly.
It's like, oh no.
Yeah.
As he comes to join you guys.
Just hide over here, it's okay.
Yeah.
Form a protective barrier.
Thank you.
For real. And, Ari will kind of look over towards, Yulia and Yavari, and he'll make this sort of motion to beckon both of them over with this rather scared look on his face. Clearly very uncomfortable.
Yeah, Yavari's not arguing after seeing what happened. Like,
Time to go.
let's get out of here. Time to
Time to
leave.
Should I grab 10
Yeah.
feet?
He's on the
Taffy,
roof.
please come down from
Oh
the roof.
boy, well, so
Uh-oh.
there's some stuff going on with Taffy. I didn't want to interrupt the monologue though.
How's Taffy doing up here?
Okay, so
Well, Hilarion is going on her whole speech.
So as the speech is going on, Taffy is barely cognizant of he's hearing it, but he's like he's holding on, right. His breath is shallow. He's got an arrow embedded in his right leg, his right thigh, and an arrow like in his chest, close to where his heart is. So he's breathing very shallow. He's got tears in his eyes. He can barely speak. Every time he tries to take any type of breath, it's excruciatingly painful. He's barely scrambled up to his knees. When he sees the matron float down. Took him a while to sort of pick himself up. And then he sort of hears what's going on, and he's barely registering, like, anything. He's, can't quite stand anytime he tries to put any weight on his right leg where he was shot. He just can't. So he's wobbling and everything. Luckily he's using his speed bow as something kind of like a crutch to kind of lift himself up. And as soon as he hears this sickening slicing sound and the whole, you were beneath me, it kind of hits him like, oh, there's things happening, and I'm in no position to do anything at this point. Real quick though, he is going to look around. Does he happen to see Ari's glaive? Or is the dragon like on top of it, or?
Yeah, he had thrown it where Narcellus had thrown like one of the bottles of alcohol, so I think it's probably sitting about like right over here, where there's still probably a small fire going.
Okay.
But yeah, you can see like the large pole handle of it is sticking out from underneath the dragon's wing.
So,
and I was about to say, other than that, between you and the halberd is a drow, which you would recognize that this is actually Ziska, whom you all had run into back in the temple out in the Nightlands, who's very focused on Hilarion at the moment. He seems to have kind of forgotten you're there.
Okay, so he's going to, through gritted teeth, bloody gritted teeth, blood's kind of trickling out of him. He's trying to keep himself up and conscious. He pulls up his hood, he puts up his mask, and he's going to basically, while this is all going on, sort of, while keeping an eye on Mr. Drowboy, we're gonna hope these favors hold true, and he's going to carefully, if I need to make a stealth check, I will, but he's gonna very carefully, while trying to keep this dude in his peripheral vision, get us up to the where you can just sort of reach and grab it, and then he's going to then retreat this direction.
Okay. Yeah, then it's all good. So
okay.
We'll say as you carefully make your way forward, you are in an excruciating amount of pain at the moment. But you begin kind of making your way carefully across the rooftop, trying your best not to slide down or fall over any parts of this dragon currently laying sprawled across it. And as you kind of come into Ziska's peripheral, you see his head kind of turns just slightly in your direction, but he doesn't make any move towards you or says anything to you. He's silent, and you can't see his face as it's completely covered by his mask, but you can just see the gleaming of his red eyes from behind the holes in it that allow him to see. And you take a hold of Ari's halberd, or his glaive, and yeah, you retreat back to the very edge of the roof.
As he looks at Zeska, as he slowly retrieves the glaive through short hiccups and shallow breaths, he and holding back sobs, he does do a slow nod, and then starts to slink back. Another trick is to get down to here without breaking my legs. He's
Maybe
gonna.
can Aoife clock, like, can Aoife, I know there's like a giant dragon carcass in the way. Can Aoife spot Taffy at all?
Give me a perception check.
Oh boy.
Oh boy. Oh baby.
Oh
Fine.
boy.
It begins.
Where is my perception? Why can't I find this the one time I need it?
It's there somewhere.
Haha, there we go. Oh, and it didn't let me click on it. Oh, okay.
Nice, got a 10. Yeah, so you do see, as Taffy starts retreating back, from having grabbed, Ari's glaive, you do see him, Aoife, from across the rooftops, and you'll see he's carrying Ari's weapon, and he's not looking too hot at the moment.
Okay. Oh, poor Taffy. Okay, is there any way, like, I could somehow get across these rooftops while everybody is focusing on Hilarion and try to get to Taffy to maybe, like, help him get out of here?
Yeah, so here, we'll say Taffy's gotten to about there.
Yeah.
So yeah, as Hilarion is making her grand speech for all the city to hear, you begin carefully making your way across the rooftops, and your eyes dart over to this Drider kind of immediately off to the side, the one whom had shot at Taffy earlier. And you see, while she is still holding a bow in hand, her gaze is fixed very intensely on Hilarion, as she's standing in place but kind of skittering a couple of steps side to side, as if she wants to move yet is perhaps uncertain or maybe even too nervous to do so. And as you pass by her, she doesn't even just seem to give you any thought as you
Perfect.
kind of dash past her and make your way over to Taffy over here.
Great. All right. Okay. Taffy, let me help you with that. And Aoife's gonna reach for the glaive. If he'll give it to her.
As soon as he hears Aoife and he turns to look at her, he goes to say something. He can't. He just kind of gurgles a bit. You see his face covering, like blood is starting to bleed through it, and he just, makes a like a crying kind of sound as he's desperately trying to not break down in the middle of this situation. And as he goes to hand you the glaive, but what happens is he just ends up kind of falling into you and just, you're now supporting all of Taffy's weight as he can't quite keep himself up. It's like he saw you and was like, I can't anymore, I need help. And he just flops. He just flops towards you.
Oh,
Oh.
poor Taffy.
Oh boy. Okay, obviously Aoife's going to try and like prop him, like, we're gonna try and grab his weight as best as I can, and sort of like fling one of his arms over my shoulders, and sort of like strapping the glaive to my back with my quarterstaff. We're gonna get out of here, Taffy, all right? Just hold on a little longer, and when we're somewhere safe, we can tend to your wounds, all right?
He just makes a groan squeak.
Oh.
He's not exactly in any position to respond or
No,
resist.
Okay, you didn't have to say anything. It's all right. It's gonna be okay. And I guess I don't even know what's the best way to go.
We'll say you managed to kind of help
Yeah, get
Taffy
down there.
down over here. We'll say, maybe some of this rubble you're able to get a grip on or some purchase, and you carefully help him onto the ground.
Wait.
And then,
As soon as he his feet touch the ground, he kind of buckles and sort of collapses to his one good remaining knee, as Ife finishes climbing down.
Yep, and then we're back. She's back to shouldering him, and I guess we're gonna try and meet up with the group at some point. So we're headed this way. I would assume so.
yeah. So yeah, we'll say you kind of make your way around the buildings, get back over to the rest of the party, and
Nice.
as you two arrive, Resh has also come down from the rooftops where he'd been helping fight the spectator earlier. And as he's very carefully watching Hilarion, he will look back towards you, Narcellis, and looks over the rest of the party. And he'll just say, we need to leave.
Marcellus is just kind of like nods his head. He's like, yeah, I kind of figured that. We I don't know how to get the fuck out of here.
I'll lead the way. And Resh will indeed take kind of point on your party if all of you are okay to follow him.
Yep.
Absolutely.
Before,
Yeah.
Fantastic.
real quick.
Oh.
Yeah.
Before that, I would like Marcellus to kind of just turn and kind of silently address Taffy with his eyes.
Oh.
Considering the fact that he's not looking too hot.
Yeah, so as soon as he rounds the corner and looks up at the rest of the party, he is just his full weight's on Aoife, and he is barely able to like make eye contact with anybody. Not because he's like embarrassed or anything; it's because he can barely keep his head up. And his eyes are a little droopy. He's clearly crying. He's just trying to not start busting into sobbing. His one free hand is clutching his arrow wound in his chest.
So, I did want to say real quick, in order, like, knowing that they're going to be climbing out of the Underdark and how dangerous that's going to be considering the terrain, I want Narcellus to reach over, if it's okay, DM, and grasp Ari's hand between his fingers, and just sort of like direct him and lean him backwards towards Taffy, hopefully getting his attention toward him. And if he gets the picture, like, I want him to feel this kind of like, hold on, so I want him to feel this sort of like warmth that emanates from the palm of Narcellus's hand, and there's like this very vague red warmth, and I would want him to cast empowered healing.
Oh, yeah.
Um,
Nice.
Oh,
But yeah, what's up, Yulia?
Can Yulia on seeing like for her she's just horrified everything by what she just saw from her where she was standing on the top. She saw the whole thing with Changa very clearly and put sick to her stomach. Wanted to call to Biscuit as he was trying to run away, but you couldn't even say anything. But she kind of snaps back as she sees Taffy barely like holding it together. So she would like to like just quietly like run to him and like take the other side so that instead of Aoife just holding him, she'll take his other arm and like throw it over her shoulder.
Oh. Yeah, excellent.
helping her with the weight.
And yeah, so you move over and kind of take Taffy's other arm over your shoulders. And Narshella says, you get Ari's attention, he's already, kind of looked back at Taffy with clear concern in his gaze. And before he can begin casting his spell, you cast Empowered Healing. And he'll look over to you and give, a very quiet nod of acknowledgement and appreciation, as he will then begin whispering an incantation under his breath to cast Prayer of Healing. And before you all go, as he casts the spell, he's actually... Shoot, wait, what spell slots do you got, Ari? He's going to be casting this actually at 3rd level.
Oh.
Ooh.
So it's like 3d8 plus the spellcasting modifier.
Yeah, so let's see. Okay, so and then what does yours do? You can re-roll any number of those dice. So I'm gonna re-roll the 2 and the 4, I think.
Oh baby.
Yeah, we'll do that. Fantastic. Even worse.
Oh, I'm by 1.
It's fine. So
It's fine.
10 plus 5. Okay, so Taffy, Yulia, and Nyalkish, seeing as kind of you guys are the worst wounded that Ari sees as he looks over the party, you feel like this sudden warmth like creep into you. Not hot, but something that's relaxing and comforting, almost like getting a warm hug. And you each will recover 15 hit points.
Ooh.
Oh, thank God. You at least see Yulia let out a relaxed breath, and it looks like they can stand a little taller and are able to hold Taffy a little bit more firmly and more stable.
So
And,
oh, sorry.
Yeah. No, go ahead.
As the healing light washes over him, the arrow in his chest and legs sort of push themselves out. If not for the spell, this would be incredibly painful. But they push themselves out and sort of, it's still a little bloody, but it's not as bad. Taffy takes like a deep breath, like he just broke the surface of the water, like he was underwater. So he takes a big deep breath, like he can actually breathe again. He still doesn't really say anything, but he looks a lot less like he's about ready to just pass out.
Aww.
And Yulia will just kind of look at him and say, "Good to have you back, buddy. We'll get out of here soon, okay?"
Taffy he looks over and he kind of hear a huffle, sort of a muffled, like, sob as he tries to say something, but instead just kind of does that little, that upset gasping that some people sometimes you do when you get really upset.
Breathtaking.
Yeah. So instead of responding, he just kind of nods.
This poor
And-
baby.
You'll feel Yulia squeeze your hand a little tighter. Once.
He squeezes back.
I'm emotion.
Baby.
The baby.
Oh, hey, we got pets.
We got pets.
Hell yeah.
Chat was like,
Let's
you guys
go.
need these. Let's go.
Always pets.
Always pets.
And with some of your wounds now healed and restored, Resh will then kind of motion for you all to follow him, as he will make his way away from the battlefield and away from Hilarion. And he doesn't head back for his manor. He instead starts to head east from where you all had been. And he's quick to kind of shove past a few people who had gathered at the edge of where you all had been fighting, kind of not being very kind about it and getting a few looks. But he continues onward, glancing back now and then to make sure you all are keeping up and to make sure that he is not leaving any of you behind. And as distance...
I will say, I don't know if this is going to matter, it's just in case there's something else coming. Since Resh is kind of protecting them at the head of the group, Narcellis will be at the very back of the group.
Okay.
So we'll have a drow at the front and a half drow at the back.
Excellent. And then I'd like all of you to please make perception checks for me.
Oh, baby.
Uh-oh.
Yay!
Yay.
I love perception checks.
Oh,
I love this. Okay, I was like
that
this
was
music.
terrible. Oh God! Thank God for Taffy.
Taffy
Yes.
Yulia.
I'm
Here
right
we go.
behind you.
Listen, he is alert. He is awake.
Damn.
He's like, I
For
just
real.
been shot with drow poison twice.
Oh, wait. Anyway, I'll take the 4.
Oh,
Oh no.
Me and Arca not noticing shit.
Neither
For
does
real?
Eva,
Listen,
apparently.
y'all are tired. Arca, flew up to. He carried a whole man to a barrier and then just dive bombed a dragon and then gave it 40 whacks.
for real.
He's tired.
Yeah, he's a little,
For
he's a little
real.
eepy.
All right, Taffy. What do you
Eepy.
think? Please, Lord.
So as you all kind of make your way eastward from where you'd been, coming out onto a main road, Yavari, Aoife, and Arca, you guys don't really notice anything too out of the ordinary. You notice that things seem to have settled down to some degree. You see there are still a number of monsters kind of running around that you can see in the distance, but it appears a lot of it has now calmed down. The people are not screaming quite as much. You don't see as many people running about in a panic. It appears that Mithranve is starting to seize control of their city once more. Narcellis, it's about the same for you, and you'll notice as you all cut across the main street and duck back into alleyways as Resh seems rather intent on keeping distance between all of you and the Durret Manor. You'll notice, kind of looking in the direction of the manor, that it still remains surprisingly untouched. Despite the bodies of spiders that you pass, the odd spectator, and even the carcass of a beholder sitting atop one of the buildings, nothing seems to have wanted to get close to the very center of Mithranve. And Yulia and Taffy, you guys notice as you go, despite your wounds probably taking up most of your minds, you perhaps then spend the rest of it observing your surroundings as you go. You spot that amidst now the dead creatures, you see that the spiders and some driders that seem to have been left alive and rather unharmed are standing about as if waiting for something. They pay you no mind as you pass. You pass by a rather large spider, nearly the size of your entire body, Taffy, that's just sitting in the middle of the street, but it doesn't seem to respond to you or to anyone else around it. And you see a pair of drider perched on the top of another rooftop as a fire burns behind them, and you notice, Taffy, that their gazes seem to be focused on the Durret Manor at the heart of Mithranve.
Question.
Yeah.
Is my Drider friend still alive?
Roll a survival check for me.
Oh boy.
I hate that!
I hate that. I am not a fan.
I'm gonna use my Anima Shard because I'm gonna blow it early.
I love it.
Oh. 11.
Oh,
You're not sure?
Oh no.
As you guys are making your way through the city, you don't see him reappear.
Oh.
Wow, you murdered my Drider friend. Thank you.
Thank
I
you.
didn't realize I was
welcome.
rolling for his survival.
A little bit. Look, you never know. He could be out there somewhere. Just
I don't know, addled and staring at a mushroom.
yeah, But regardless of that, Resh seems very intent on all of you getting out of the city as fast as humanly possible. And he will take you through alleyways, around corners, and dashing across some of the larger main streets, going as fast as he can with most of you wounded. And eventually you make your way to the eastern side of the city, to the eastern exit. The area over here is lit mostly by a pair of large purple mushrooms that illuminate a rocky cliffside that seems to stretch outward into almost pitch blackness. Though you see from here that there are numbers of buildings that go far beyond the inner part of Mithranve. As you approach, the entrance of this city is certainly heavily guarded, as you see the carcasses of spiders and other creatures littering the ground nearby, and guards and soldiers of all sorts seem to have their mixed share of wounds and blood splattering or having splattered across their uniforms and their armor. And as you all approach in your rather motley crew, one of them goes to stop you, and Resh is very quick to step up to him with rather straight posture and a very serious look on his face, as he'll say to him in Drowic, "You will not stop us. The barrier is fixed. We are leaving." And there's just something in his tone that has the shorter drow man just blink and quickly step aside.
He's like, oh,
Nice.
nope, not gonna mess with that today.
Get him.
Not today, Satan.
And yeah, with that, Resh will lead you guys out beyond the wall of Mithranve and into the more scattered homes and residences that live beyond the heart of the city. And as you all are kind of walking through here, he'll slow his pace down and kind of look back over towards all of you, all the way back to Narcellus. And he'll say, once we have put some distance between us and Mithranve, we will take a short break before we ascend to the surface.
Alright.
Sounds like a plan.
Heavy hiccups.
Oh,
And, Marcellus will kind of, now that there's a more distance between himself and the city, not wanting to be, like, caught unaware or, like, off guard, will kind of move a little further toward the center of the group next to Nyalkish. But he will say, hopefully you guys are good at climbing.
Well, Taffy
Can
Can I
was.
fly?
You can try.
And as you all have been walking, Nyalkish had been very close to Arca's side, and she's probably got like one hand, Arca, like holding onto your shirt just as some sort of emotional support, perhaps.
Aw.
Oh,
Bear keeper. Oh,
You
oh,
okay?
sorry, give me one
Oh.
second.
Okay.
Sorry.
You good. Okay, so we just gotta climb out of here. No big deal. Hey Arca, you can fly, right? How many people can you carry?
can't believe he's gonna be a taxi service.
Listen.
No, for at least for Taffy, this is the helicopter lift to safety.
This is the
no,
medevac.
you're just gonna be your Uber. It's fine.
We
Okay,
appreciate
thank
you so much.
Yeah. I'll leave a tip.
I'll buy
I
you a
think-
drink.
I think most of us can climb.
But can we
Right?
climb
I mean-
well?
Well, I mean, I don't think we have to climb well. We just have to climb well enough to get out of here.
And
Fun.
oh, sorry, Rush will just kind of pipe up and he'll add unfortunately the closest entrance that will get us back into Leyrid is a rather steep climb up to the surface, mostly via ladder.
Ladder.
The ladder
Yes.
helped.
Is there enough room to fly?
Some of the way, perhaps, but there's lots of rather sharp rocks around, so you'll have to be careful.
I'll take a chance.
It's dangerous for the rocks, really.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, honestly.
Yeah, for real. So yeah, you all will continue. Thankfully now Mithranve kind of getting further and further behind you before it soon kind of vanishes around rocky cliff faces and outcroppings, and you can just barely perhaps see in the very far distance light coming off of the top of the Dorette Manor. And most of your journey now is through rocky tunnels and caverns lit by, glowing mushrooms of red and orange and purple. And it's rather quiet out in this area of the Underdark, to the east of the center of Mithranve. And eventually, once you're far enough, Resh seems to kind of take more of a northern turn. Very focused on where he's going, as if he at least definitely knows where it is you all are supposed to be going. No one bothers you all as you go, as you do pass plenty of drow on your way out here, and while some will give you odd or mistrusting looks, none approach you. And eventually Resh will kind of find a open area amidst the few smaller glowing mushrooms and half protected from nearby buildings by rocky spires growing up from the ground. And you all will settle down to take a rest, take a moment to collect yourselves as you allow everything to settle in before you continue your journey. And at this point, then, I will say you all will have a short rest, as you'll likely be here for a while. Mm-hmm.
I'm going to blow 2 hit
Sure.
dice.
I
Yep.
I
have
would also
Song
like to
of
blow up hit
Rest
dice.
Ooh.
that I
Mhm.
can use since this is a short rest.
Oh, yeah, don't you get like a Song of Rest?
Yeah.
Could you hear perform original hit points at the end of the short?
Regain an extra 1d6, because,
Ooh.
yeah, you're not 9th level yet. So, yeah,
Yeah.
so anyone who rolls their hit dice can also roll an extra 1d6.
Nice.
So it's D6 we're rolling.
Yeah, because it goes to a 1d8 at 9th level, but I don't think
Oh,
you
okay.
guys are level 9 yet.
So we can do 3.
Okay.
Well, it's 3d6, right?
Let's see.
No, it's...
Oh wait.
Each creature rolls 1d6 if they roll any hit dice.
Oh, okay.
So I mean, if you want to roll hit dice yourself, then you also get a 1d6 on top of whatever hit die you're expending.
Wait, how does this work again?
So if you click on your hit dice, good Lord, Taffy, you just are
Taffy!
sucking wind today, man. My
Oh
dude.
no.
no. He's
Oh wait,
trying.
I found the button.
He's trying his best.
He's doing
Wow. I
his
got an
best.
Yeah.
I got a
Ooh.
Taffy don't
Nice.
want to live. It's like, come on, dude, I'm trying to keep you alive, man.
Everyone out here
Happy
getting some hit
pattern.
points back.
Get them hit points back.
Okay,
Yeah.
so I get
Oh,
+8.
Oh. There it goes. Ooh.
hey, Staria. I think your icon on Roll20 just changed to Nyilkish.
Yokus.
Yeah, because I
Good.
was just rolling for
Okay.
her for some hit dice.
Okay, I was gonna say Nyilkish
didn't
is
know it
now our
did
DM.
Okay, she's
She's-
back up.
Okay, so 31, and then I can do another 1d8. No,
1d6.
1d6. Oh, okay, I can read. I am so sorry.
It's all good. Nice. Got a 6.
Yeah. Oh, baby.
Nice.
We're swimming in hit points.
So yeah, so
Excellent.
Yulia will play a very soothing song, and it'll channeling the anima. It'll feel like it's a very cool breeze or a very cool drink of water.
Excellent. All right. So, I mean, while you all are sitting here, I guess I'll ask if there's anything anyone would like to do or anything you'd like to all talk about amidst yourselves as you've all just kind of settled down to just relax for a little bit.
So
go ahead.
we might want to roll
Oh,
D20s.
yeah, like a yes. Actually, yeah, let me go ahead and have you all roll a d20 for me to get a kind of speaking initiative going.
Oh yeah. I win.
Damn, all right.
Oh, wow.
All right, no
Okay.
shot.
I guess he has something to say.
Ready to go.
D20, D20, where's my D20?
Okay, wait. Yuvari.
Ah.
Rip Yulia.
Oh, it's okay. It's okay.
Okay.
Is it though?
So, as you all, have settled down, and then here I'll actually put this in the chat just so y'all have it. But as you all settle down to rest and allow yourselves some time to gather yourselves and kind of dress any still bleeding wounds, Narcellus, as the adrenaline now of earlier has kind of worn down from you, and you're finally able to settle down somewhat, you realize that while having not been seriously wounded in combat, you still feel ill is the best way to describe it. You're not entirely feeling like yourself. Not only are the edges of your vision still rimmed in odd, somewhat shifting shadows, but you just don't feel like yourself. You feel nauseous and dizzy, and most of it settles as you sit down and don't have to move for the moment, but you still just don't feel entirely well.
Okay. So he will find like an area of, I guess, sharp rock to sit on. But not sharp upward, but like
Actually, here. No, sorry, I'm just changing it.
Oh, there we
oh
go.
yeah, those are some sharp rock.
Those are some
Yeah.
sharp
Yeah.
rocks.
Ooh,
There
pretty
we are.
rocks.
I'll find some place to sit. And kind of hunching over his elbows on his knees. And you all can tell he's not feeling the best. But he's just kind of like looking up and mostly keeping a very diligent eye toward Arca, Taffy, and then occasionally, I suppose, glancing toward the human. And, trying to think of what he really wants to say. I guess at this point, he'll just kind of sigh, and he's like, it's gonna sound insane, but God, I'm glad we're going back to the surface.
You and me both?
Yeah. I'm kinda tired of all the bullshit down here.
Yeah.
How are you holding up?
And
If
he'll,
I step closer to him.
he'll kind of swing his head up and, like, jerk back a little as he realizes that you've gotten closer. And you can see his face is more sallow than usual. He's just kind of like more of a cold sweat. Probably has like some chills. And he says, what do you mean? I just fought a dragon. I thought that I was doing pretty okay.
No, you did great. You look like you're getting sick or are sick.
It's probably just the excitement. I'm sure it's fine. Anyway, how's Taffy holding up?
So Taffy.
Oh.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't want to cut anyone off.
Oh, go ahead.
Taffy has kind of found sort of a dark corner to sit in, up next to against like a rock, sort of a crevice or something. It's like he just sort of like he's done this before. He's back up against the wall. His knees are kind of pulled up. He's kind of nursing his kind of rubbing where his chest wound was. He's he's softly sobbing now that he's had a moment to sit down and sort of turn off survival mode. He's got one arm resting on his knees, but and he's resting his forehead and his eyes on his arm. You just sort of see him upset hiccup every now and again as he's trying to be as quiet as he possibly can as he has his little mental breakdown against the wall.
Oh, my heart.
Yulia would sit at like a comfortable distance for just in case. But she's letting him have his moment. But just being there.
Marcellus will speak up after a minute. Taffy, you alive?
And you just hear this sort of sniffle as he prepares himself to try and speak as best he can. He kind of shifts his head up a little bit so that he can actually look. His blue eyes are a little red, a little bloodshot. A little blush on his cheeks that you can kind of actually see through his fur. As his cheeks are stained with tears, and he's like, "Yeah, I just need a minute."
And Marcellus will stand up from where he's been sitting and kind of wobbling a little bit, make his way over to where Taffy is, and he'll squat down and reach out a little haphazardly, like he can't quite tell where his arms kind of sit correctly. And he'll place his hands on Taffy's shoulders. He can't really even see his face 100% correctly, despite dark vision. And we'll say, look, I know that it's been a lot. The Underdark and Mithranve especially was supposed to be easy and fun, but And he's gotten down like on your level where you're sitting on the ground, and he says, but we are going to be on a little bit of a time crunch if we want to get to Valgard before whatever this special event is. And
Sorry, what? We're going back Valgard?
And at that, Nyalkish also looks up very confused.
I thought we were running away from Valgard. Why are we going back?
and Noshellus just kind of glances back at them, and without giving much detail, going to leave it to the rest of everyone, he's just going to say, turns out that Faldvin actually saved all of us. And he's being put to death by King Gabroth.
Oh, Father below. Oh my. Oh, I'm gonna need. What happened? What happened while you all were gone?
Saved us.
At Nershellis's words, Nyalkish will kind of suddenly rise up to her feet, and she'll say, "What do you mean he saved all of you?"
And he'll stand up and turn very slowly to look at her. And after a minute, he'll say, do you actually want to know the answer? Because you'll have to be very open-minded to hear it.
And you'll see, looking at her, her face is a mixture of anger, but confusion as well, as you see there's even a bit of a watery look to her eyes. And she kind of straightens up slightly at your words and says, well, yeah, I mean, I would like to know if we're about to go back there.
And he'll walk over to Aoife, and, doing his usual, has absolutely no problem invading personal space, grabs onto Aoife's arm, like around her shirt, like around her elbow, and kind of pulls her over to Nyalkish, and says, well, according to this woman who works with the church, apparently your mother was in league with Minister Yakan.
I'm sorry, what?
Nyalkish just looks very confused. She'll say, what do you mean in league with the minister? He's just the minister of the order.
Yeah, and every time I saw that man, he made it a point to either insinuate that I should go die somewhere in a corner, or that, I don't know, that we just weren't welcome. So.
Sounds like Minister Yukon.
Well,
No,
it's
Aoife.
Oh.
Sorry, did I say that?
no.
Eve.
Yes.
Eva.
Yeah,
Eva.
it's Aoife, yes.
Why don't you explain to Princess Nyalkish what is going on?
And it's, I was about to say, it's at that moment, Aoife, you realize who this little dragonborn is. As you hadn't been too sure, as you've never seen the princess yourself before, but she about matches the description that you've heard about her back in Valgard.
And sort of at this revelation that this is, in fact, Princess Nyalkish, Aoife will sort of, like, with Nershellis, I'm assuming still holding onto her elbow, will just sort of do, like, this really, like, half curtsy, half kind of bow situation. It's not as graceful as she normally is. It is what it is, but she's just sort of like, your Majesty, you're alive. Oh, this is wonderful news. Indeed. Oh, my goodness. It's rather complicated. And I hate to be the bearer of such ill news, but and she's still like, sort of like doubled over while she's talking.
as you start talking, and once you don't straighten up again, Nyalkish will like come forward and put one hand on your shoulder and say, "Please don't bow. It's
of
not
course,
necessary."
of course, Your Highness. Well, so your the late queen, she sort of, how do I put it delicately? Her and Minister Yakan were, well, we assume that they were working together in some way to, um, well, cause issues with the Drow to get them out of the city. And when General Faldman got involved with everything that was going on, and he killed, obviously he killed your mother, and he blamed it on the Drow, or rather Minister Yakan did. It's all very confusing, but essentially Minister Yakan was behind everything in Valgard, and when General Faldvin didn't want to, well, he didn't want anything bad to happen to Narshellis and to Renorian, and so he went ahead and killed your mother, and when he wasn't going to follow what Minister Yakan wanted, and
can Narshellis interject here?
yeah, he can.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. So he will interrupt her and just say, basically, Yalkish, I'm going to save the person who stopped me from losing my head. And if you have a problem with it, then I've decided that you can look at this in a completely different way. You can look at it as, it was me. Me wanting to live normally and happily for the first time killed your fucking mother.
And listening to Aoife this whole time, Nyalkish is kind of a mixture of a lot of emotions right now. You see her hands like clenching into fists at her sides and perhaps trembling slightly, and she looks like she wants to be mad, but there's a tension in her shoulders that eventually sort of releases. And as you interject, Narshellis, she looks at you, and her eyes are wide at this point, looking like she's maybe almost on the verge of tears. And she'll quickly turn her face away from you as she'll just say, I didn't realize how messy this was.
Messy?
Well, you know, I always thought, I mean, maybe I didn't always like the minister, but he seemed okay the few times I saw him, and now, I don't know, hearing all of this, it's a lot.
And Narshellis will kind of pull backward a little and say, look, I just want to get there and make sure that he doesn't... I just want to get there and make sure that Ari's father doesn't die. And I want to put you back where you're supposed to be, you know, with your brothers, and fix everything that's happened, and go home to the fishing district and live my life. So do you think we can do that?
There's a very brief pause as she'll look back up at you, or over at you, I suppose, because I think you're both about the same height. And she'll just give a very tiny nod as she kind of wrings both of her hands together. All right. Okay.
Sorry I yelled at you.
It's okay. I get it. It's... I can tell he means a lot to you, and I know he...
And he'll just kind of move backward, like one hand going up to pull his braids behind him as he's like wildly trying not to look at Resh. And he's like, I never said that.
You didn't have to.
Sorry. And Resh is just kind of standing off to the side. He has his arms like folded over his chest, and he looks at you, Narcellus, from like the corners of his eyes, but he doesn't say anything.
Marcellus is just gonna not look at him.
Uh-huh.
Can you feel it? He's just like,
You can feel it.
look, Taffy, if you're doing okay, Arca, Yulia, Yavari, if we're all done, can we just get climbing? We're gonna have to find the ladders and just. I don't want to have this conversation.
All right.
This little scene seems to have gotten Taffy to calm down a little bit. Yeah, he's no longer like, sad heaving anymore. He's steadied his breathing. He just kind of wipes his eyes and kind of uses the wall to pick himself up. And he's like, "Yeah, I'm good. I'm good to go."
I kind of just want to get out of the Underdark. Can't wait to see the sky.
Likewise.
You guys actually
But
like
silently,
that?
Yes.
silently, Yavari's gonna like go up to Taffy and just kind of rub his shoulder and give it a squeeze. Not really saying anything. Just silently showing her support.
He does a little smile. It's a little goofy because he's still a little wobbly and a little mentally distraught, but he does do a smile.
And real quick, I want Marcellus to kind of, even though he's not feeling too hot, he's a little wobbly, he'll lean down and kind of almost serpentinely curl himself over Taffy's shoulder to look at him. Like leaning over his shoulder, and he'll just say, "And the sooner we get there, the sooner we get to see your girlfriend."
Well, if he wasn't blushing
Oh,
before,
yeah.
he definitely is now. He
Oh no.
he kind of like
Boy, will that be happy.
purses his lips a little bit and just quickly his eyes kind of go a little wide as he kind of casts his glance to the ground. He doesn't
Not my
quite
girlfriend, not the guy.
he doesn't quite say anything. He doesn't really know how to respond. But he seems to be doing a lot better now. Now his mind has been taken off the fact that he nearly died.
Yeah.
There you go. Mental instability salvaged.
Fantastic.
Fantastic.
Aw.
So good of him.
All right, and as long as you all are ready to go, then Resh will make sure you've all gathered all of your things and head out. As long as you're all good, everyone done everything they need to do.
Yes.
Yes.
Excellent. All right. Then Resh leads the way out from the rocky outcropping you've all kind of made a very temporary camp in, and continues on through the rocky caverns that make up the Underdark. And it's not all that long before you find yourselves facing a sheer cliff face made of smooth gray stone with pockets of crystals and glowing moss that's kind of sprouting up from the rock. And you notice that not all that far in front of you is a ladder. Appears to be made of wood, perhaps of some sort. It's very clearly old and a little rotten in places, worn down from use. And you follow it looking upward, and you have to crane your necks back rather uncomfortably so. And far above you, you see between portions of cliff face with ladders upon it, and other places where you see stairs, steep stairs, having been carved into the stone. It spirals upward and upward around the rock through, very sharp crags that are jutting out from the walls, and stalactites hanging from the ceilings where the rock is meeting one another to form the roof of this cavern. You see, rather, perhaps somewhat far above you, there seems to be almost this pinprick of light, of something that's not of the Underdark. It's not purple, it's not orange, but perhaps a very vague blue color. And with Resh in the lead, he will lead you all up this rickety ladder and upwards and up and up. It's a steep and dangerous climb, and any time you might decide to take a peek down below you, you are reminded of just how far you've climbed after a while, and it makes you feel somewhat dizzy before you quickly look upward again and tell yourself not to do that again. It's a long and arduous process, especially for those of you still recovering from wounds. You move slowly and carefully as you have to haul your body weight up most of this way. And when it seems as if the end of this ascent is not getting any closer, you all eventually climb up onto a rather flat ledge, some perhaps breathless from either the climb or from the anxiety of the height. And you see that from here it's a rather steady slope, straight forward and up into an opening of a cave. And here in this cavern, the air feels very warm. Not uncomfortably so, but more so than you might expect for this area, especially when most of the Underdark here has been rather cool up to this point. But the air feels like humid almost, and as if there's maybe some sort of fire burning nearby, but there's certainly nothing around but rocks and mushrooms as far as you can tell. And as you all make your way up this slope, you finally find yourselves breaking free of the Underdark and arriving upon the surface once more, greeted by the sight of a bright blue sky overhead and a bright sun hanging in the sky. And that's where we're going to take our break for tonight, because that seems like a fantastic spot.
The
damn
sun!
it.
Oh my god, the sun!
I miss that so much.
Barry's taking the deepest of breaths, going,
Just rolling around in the grass. Like, oh.
I missed that bright glowing star in the sky. Holy crap.
Just stare at
You
it.
Immediately
fire.
Just fly up to it. I don't even care. I'm burning my retinas out.
Arca's gone. Arca's in the clouds.
Yeah.
But sky.
But yeah, we'll go ahead. We'll take a little break time here. Get some snacks, food, do whatever you gotta do, and then we'll get back to it for some more fun.
Oh, baby. All right, we'll talk to you guys in a little bit.
All right, sounds good. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
Oh, did the music die? Oh, there it goes. There it goes. You know what I could do? I could just turn on... I could turn on the pretzel. So the moon dunk is done. There we go. I hope you're all happy. I am dreading Monday. Oh god. Just clown pieces finally followed me to the Feywilds. I like how I keep putting these redeems in here that are like mentally distant. Like, I get, listen, it's just training. I'm just doing it to get exposure therapy. I'm never gonna get over my fear of clowns if I'm not subjected to them 24/7 and exploding. Which, by the way, I'm thinking about next month's giveaway being clip based because clips are cool. I would like to start doing like monthly, like clip compilations. So I'm thinking if I incentivize some clippies with a giveaway, I need a good idea for a giveaway though. I could just do another reference sheet. Yeah, the moments count. The moments do count. The moments count. It's really weird because a moment doesn't like clip itself. What I need to do is there's a tool I can install that's basically you still make moments, but it's basically like better moments is what it's gonna be, where you could basically just do like /clip and you're good to go. It just bam auto clips the last 60 seconds. No problemo. Because moments are great, but the way they work is like they make this weird, not quite a clip thing that goes in a special section. What they want me to do is go to the moment section and then download the moment and edit it into a clip, which is weird. I don't know why they did it that way. It's a little goofy. I'm just like, okay, so if I could do something that's just a strip clip command, that might make things a little bit easier. Especially if we're gonna do clip compilations, because then it's just /clip, boom, done skis. Don't have to worry about it. Because then Sore can just go pull it down. No big deal. I don't have to download it, don't do any of that stuff. Whereas moments, I gotta download all that crap. By the way, just in case, I think I mentioned this Friday, but I've been granted launch access to Untamed Tactics. So that's going to go basically on the schedule immediately. I'm hoping to get that as a YouTube series. I think K-Man's going to do it. Let me look at the poll. I'm pretty sure was it Cyberfunk? I'm pretty sure Cyberfunk's going on the list. The list, yeah, it's going on the list. Unless something pulls through. Armor Core is like, which by the way, if you're new here, hello Project Moonflower. Thanks for stopping by. I do have a YouTube and a Discord and a Twitter, or an X. I don't know what the heck to call it now. If you'd like to see more Fae content. The Twitter is mostly for spicier things, and I refuse to change the name of the command. So that's where all the spicy stuff goes. Discord's a little bit more tame. YouTube is where all my other content is. Oh boy, I'm excited. One of the videos finally got picked up by the algorithm. It cracked 1,000 views on its own. You need to hop off here though. I got you. I feel you. No worries, Tiffany. Thanks for stopping by. I do appreciate. Hope you have a heckin' good sleep. Stay safe out there in those Feywilds. Let's see if I can check it here. I feel a little bad because I had to put those YouTube plugs in there. Let's see here. Yeah, it's gotten to the point where it's just like, yep, you're over 1,000. Excellent. Excellent. Ugh, I need to do something about Kitsiri. She's just kind of there. I don't know, like, our Kitsiri Wranglers aren't here right now. Aiko and I don't know if Aiko and Snowy are here. They're the two people, and Maple. Maple knows how to wrangle this gosh darn bot. I hope not crowd control, the other thing. CC, closed captions. I hope that's been working good. Supposedly it has been. It's pretty accurate too. Shout out to Talk to Me Gooseman for making Stream CC, the plugin we're using, incredibly handy. All right, so I'm going to be right back. I'm going to turn on Pretzel and beverage myself, and then we'll be right back. Oh, I am back. I have returned it. Hello, Komodo. Yeah, so last session, Taffy, right at the end of the last session, we were fighting a dragon. Taffy got shot at 3 times. One of them, the first one missed, but the second 2 double crit him. So not only did he get slapped twice with 2 crits, but there was also drow poison on the arrows, so he took like 50-something points, almost 60-something points of damage. Like 62 points of damage, and so he dropped, and then somebody brought him back to life with 6 hit points. So he's been dealing with that for this first half of the session, trying to survive, trying to basically cobbling along, doing a bit of a oopsie poopsie. He was, you know, bleeding out, had an arrow like through near his heart, in his heart. One of them was in his leg. He wasn't doing too good. He was having a time. We've managed to sort of fix ourselves. We've finally gotten out of the Underdark. We're back above ground now. Oh baby. We made it back above ground. But we're going back to Valgard. We gotta save General Faldvin, the elf guy. Because he, captions? Yeah, we have closed captions now. Totally planned to do that, and totally didn't just set that up this morning and then forget about it until we started. So yes, there are now closed captions. Just in case somebody can't, have the volume up or on. You know, disability options are good. You can turn them off. There should be a button to you just turn it off. They should be toggleable. Oh, they are? Oh, hold on. So that's not good. Where in the world are the settings? Live display settings, caption size and box uppercase, translate additional. Okay. Okay, how about now? Oh, it turns off fine. It was turning off fine for you? Okay. Oh, it's the overlay, so the one at the bottom's not. Well, that's annoying. There's a default still showing. That's where. So I can't see what they look like. I did just reset it, so I don't know if it's like still doing that or not. I guess I can check. Hold on. Let me make sure. Let me check. Checking my CC. Checking my CC. Hello. Oh, it doesn't even show for me. Oh, there we go. Yeah, it turns on and off for me just fine. Huh, okay. I got a little concerned. Smidge concerned. You can't get it to go away. Oh, no. They tried refreshing? Let's see here. Yeah. Copy that. Put that in there. Turn that on. Okay. All right. The party is ready to go. So we're going to swap on back anyhow. Any hoozle. As soon as I turn off Pretzel. Pretzel, stop. Thank you, Pretzel. Don't mute myself. There we go. The other one. The other button. Okay. Swap it back over. We back. Oh, wait. Hold on. We back. There we go.
Hey.
Hey.
Hi.
Welcome
Was
back,
the-
everyone.
Was the crowd control tamed?
The closed captions. It was being a little goofy.
Oh, how
It's
dare
okay.
it?
It should be. I think it's okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hopefully.
Okay.
It could be a browser thing. Well, I'll find out. I guess I'll figure it out when I pull the video.
Excellent. Well, we're back. We're gonna get right on back into it then.
Oh, boy.
As you all have finally breached the surface once more. And I'm actually going to... We're gonna go over here.
Oh,
Oh
This is-
man.
Not the music I want.
it's been so long.
I know.
It really has, hasn't it?
Oh.
Forgot what this continent looked like.
Yeah, for real.
Yeah, nothing looks
It's been a
different.
couple.
Yeah,
No,
totally.
no.
This has been the same map.
No,
This is what we've had for...
Same.
This entire time.
Don't go back.
Nothing looks different at all. I don't know what you're talking about. Stop looking at me.
Don't nobody go back and look at any of the older episodes.
Yeah,
This is
yeah, yeah.
this is the only episode.
Yeah, this is
The only
series
episode.
starts here.
All I have
Yeah.
is incarnate. I'm not gonna let you take it away from me.
I read that as Tower of Spaghetti there for a minute.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
spaghetti. Oh.
Delicious.
Delicious.
Well, that's exactly what that is now.
oh,
Thanks.
oh, neat. You're welcome.
Yeah.
I'm glad I could contribute. God,
For real.
that is a
All
hike.
these cities, and I don't see one McDonald's.
No McNaldos.
Petition
Yeah.
to bring back
You're
McDonald's.
just not
another
looking hard
plan.
enough.
It's just not looking hard enough.
Oh no.
Oh no.
I'm looking for it.
McDonald's
boy.
is in the god's
Soon as-
eye.
As soon as Aoife can astral project, she's just astral projecting the entire party to McDonald's.
And there we
Oh,
go.
no.
This is the quest now. Oh no.
Sorry. Material planes? We don't know them.
Ah, you
we
know.
only know McDonald's.
We only know McDonald's.
Exactly.
I'm so happy that people have actually read what I wrote about the material plane. I love you guys. Thank you.
Mhm.
Thank you for
love you
using
too.
the website.
Yes, which by the way,
Hell
guys,
yeah.
there's a command in chat you can use to get there.
Right,
It's not-
reminder, we have a
It's not
website.
done. It's not 100% done yet. Most of it's
Listen,
not done yet. In
It's
fact,
fine.
but the title of it is still.
The best
Just
title. Just Welcome to
Our catchphrase.
It's my
That's
That's like the
catchphrase.
peanut butter baby meme.
Yeah.
But regardless of and the website, you all find yourselves now back upon the surface. Though you might not entirely be aware of it at the moment, it is currently about midday upon the 45th day of the month of Redgrass. Redgrass being the second month of the year. These 53 days of this month in particular are beloved by worshippers of Neferu, as it gives way to the beauty of her colors: red, gold and sunset orange in the shade of the falling leaves. And indeed, as you find yourselves coming out of this cave system with the Damavand Range to your south and all of Leyrid spread out before you, you see to the east sits the Ashwood, and further beyond that you know to be Eastoft, which likely now sits burned from what you last knew of the place. The Ashwood, when you had last been here, was full of greenery and lush life, and now, even from a distance, you can see the trees have begun to turn colors. Their green leaves now fading into yellows and oranges and warm reds as well. To the west, you see the Godswood, the large forest that sits between Valgard and south of Drakemound. And you recall last when you all had been there that something odd had been going on in the Godswood, and even from here, though you can barely make out much detail from this distance, the trees look mostly yellow in color, but perhaps not the right shade of yellow for this time of year. The grass beneath your feet, as the rock of the cliffs and mountains gives way to the grass in the hilly countryside of Leyrid, it's also begun to turn color in this month of red grass. That's mostly where the name comes from, is the grass itself as well, turning color much like the trees around it. You realize that it's probably been about a month since you disappeared beneath the surface, and the world that you left is not the one that you've returned to. Along with the color shifting of the grass and trees around you, you see the ash from the Black Crag volcano behind you falls like snow here, coating the ground in an ever-present layer of dust-like cinders, almost an inch thick, and causing the air to be rather heavy in your lungs. The smell of smoke permeates the air, and it fills your noses like smog, dulling your taste buds and irritating your eyes, making it rather hard to see. But with the position of everything, you know yourselves to be within Leyrid. So thankfully, at least it would be a relatively straight shot back to Valgard, albeit a long one. And Narshalis, you in particular, though some of the sunlight is perhaps a little obscured by the ashes and soot coming out of the Black Crag volcano, you find yourself surrounded in a world where you can't make out a lot of the details of things around you. The sunlight, even in this area, is far too bright. And as you're beginning to sort of process this and beginning to wonder just how it is you were going to make your way across the country, you feel something being pushed against one of your arms that feels like cloth. And the rest of you will see Resh has walked up to his younger brother, holding out what appears to be a cloak of some kind. And he'll just say to you, Narshalis, "You'll probably want to put this on."
And he'll reach out with both of his hands, just kind of looking for whatever the hell's being handed to him, because everything's just white. And he grabs onto it and he's just like, "Thank gods!" And he'll pull it over onto his head and just like sort of pull the what does it look like?
As you get it on, it's made of like a very deep crimson color.
Fantastic.
And
It clashes so bad. Red sticks out. I love it.
It's the best he had on him at the moment.
Oh.
And you see as you put it on, it's inside out, it's not really noticeable. You only realize this because as you're pulling it on over yourself and it begins to blot out some of that sun, returning some of your vision to you, you see on the inside a symbol of the Nokuvir house.
God damn it.
But it's on the inside, and as you wrap it kind of around your shoulders and up over your head, it thankfully is covered with how the fabric folds over you. But it's really a rather simple cloak that just sort of drapes over your shoulders in almost a kind of mantle-like way and just comes up over your head to shield you from the bright sun. And as it does so, you'll see your brother is wearing something similar in about the same color.
And he just sort of sighs after a moment and peers through the opening, and he's like, yeah, this is great. We don't look like drow at all.
Rush sighs. It's all I have on me at the moment.
But he will reach forward and kind of lift up the edge of Rush's cloak and reach up, and he's going to wrap his fingers around the stole and just yank it off of him.
Rush will look back at you, a little confused at first, like he's about to speak up about it, but he quickly shuts his mouth. Says, a wise idea.
Oh, go ahead.
I forgot I was still wearing that.
Yeah, well, neither of us can actually say that we're part of this, and speaking of which, and he'll turn toward where he hopes most of the party is, and unfortunately he's talking somewhat to a very empty plot of land, and we'll say, so guys, I think that this is a good opportunity to give ourselves some fake names.
That would be wise.
Narcellis, I know you can't really see us, but we're in. Just try and turn to the sound of our voices.
He'll turn very slowly until he's at least facing Arca, and he's very, very close to you, Arca, to the point that it is a little uncomfortable. And beginning to move his hands again as he speaks, he's like, so like I was saying, we really need to just, I don't know, come up with some sort of a name for each other. But he'll just like gesticulate and just thwap into one of your wings, and he just goes, oh, shit.
Arca is let's see. He turns around and he sort of grabs you by your arms gently and helps to position you to where you are speaking at a normal distance.
Look, just move. I'm not moving. I'm gonna fall on something. I'm gonna go back in the hole. I will fall back in that hole.
No. I don't think that's a good decision.
So, good time to say, my brother and I, we were born in the Underdark. Remember when you first met me in Drake Mound and I had that purple cloak on and the ugly orange tunic that Imran gave me?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we can't see shit.
Oh.
Oh.
Which is why I asked, why do you like the sky so much?
Is this something that you can adjust to? You seemed fine when you were up here before.
Yes, because I had a visor and a cloak. Like now, I have an inside-out cloak. I'll be fine.
Okay.
I guess we should pass by a market or... Well, there's not really a market out here.
Ari will speak up and say, if we go straight towards Valgard, we will pass a small village called Siren. Suppose we might be able to stop there if we need something.
Now, our drow companion's advisor, because seeing is kind of important.
Well, I don't know if they'll have something like that, but I suppose we can always look.
Oh, well, and Yulia will turn to Aoife, say, seeing as she's the only one who knows what's been going on, I don't suppose, our names and faces have gone beyond Valgard, have they? Will people recognize us?
Well, they might. It's a good point.
That is a bit of a... that your guess is as good as mine, but I would assume by now, things have gotten around.
Well, Yifa, I mean, you weren't involved. Suppose we could always ask you to go grab a few things if we need it.
Oh, no, I think that would be reasonable, and I do a pretty good job of blending in, so that shouldn't be a problem.
Perfect.
But I do think Marcellus is right. I think everyone should have different names. If you walk around town calling each other, Taffy and Arca, it's sure to raise some eyebrows.
Yeah. That's a good point.
All right. And he'll probably kind of look around at everyone and say, actually, the Bale, are you back?
Cool.
Oh no, he's still dead.
He's still dead. Uh-oh.
It's a small death.
Small death.
Small death.
Bye.
Hey, sometimes you just have to die.
In order to be reborn.
It could be like that.
Should we sort out the name situation before we start leaving towards Valgard?
Yes. I don't know if anyone has thoughts for themselves, I suppose. They'd like to share, that way we'll get it all straightened out now.
So while that's all been going on, Taffy he has taken off his hood, and he has basically just been kind of soaking up the sun. Just sort of, and he's been listening. His one of his little kitty ears has been pointed radar dish style in the direction the conversation was taking place. And he's sort of been pondering. He's been doing a little chin rub. And just out of the blue, out of nowhere, you just hear him say, "Shoot Mao." Yeah, I think that'll work.
Shoot Mao?
Yeah, it's Thieves' Cant for Shadow Cat.
Oh.
Oh,
Sorry.
very
Good.
clever.
Welcome
I
back.
like that.
Whipples.
And Ari will kind of look at you for a moment and say, how do you say that one more time?
Shoot Mao.
Shoot Mao.
Close enough.
We'll get there. All right.
Real quick, what names have happened? Sorry.
Taffy's.
Taffy was the first one.
That's it. Just tapping.
Just Taffy.
Yeah.
Cool.
I guess I will go by Zachariah.
Oh.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I guess I can rely on my virtue name, which I picked Monder some years back, so we can go with that.
What was that again? Yulia Ponder?
Monder.
Monder, that's right.
Ponder. Doing a ponder.
It's like
Hmm.
wonder, but more dreamily.
I like it. I suppose I will take the name of Skanda.
Oh.
Sounds very regal of you, Arca.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Someone writing these all down.
Oh,
Man, we're gonna get into town and be like, who was who again?
And, Michelle is going to kind of think about this. And with a very sly expression, he's going to turn toward Resh. And he'll go and he'll stand directly next to him and pull the hood back a little bit. And he'll say, "So guys, be honest. Does he look like my dad?"
Rush sighs.
Knows where
You
this is
know,
going
I would
immediately.
say, I mean, you guys look very similar, you know? I would have assumed so.
You can tell you're
Yeah.
related, yes?
Certainly.
And he'll look up at Resh and say, "All right, I have a last name in mind, but I don't know. What do you think, Fitz?"
Rush will kind of look over you for a long moment, Narcellis. A slight look of irritation from your question earlier, but it kind of fades now as he takes a moment to think. And eventually he'll say, Ishrin.
Ish.
Ish.
Cool. Well, throwing noble names to the wind, I actually know somebody in Valgard. I stayed with them for a while, and I'm going to steal his last name. So, how about, from now on, Rashir? You can be known as Avriani. Rashir and Ishrin Avriani.
Avriani.
Very well.
You're so excited about it.
You're my dad. Boogie boogie woogie.
God.
Listen, if it makes you feel any better, you're only my dad until we get back to Valgard.
It's fine.
You know, you say things like that, and I really can't tell if it is. And, what about you, Runarian?
And he kind of, takes a long moment to think about it.
How about, Elfman Tree Guy?
Ha ha. Very funny.
I don't think that's going to be very non-conspicuous.
It's very non-conspicuous. He's a wood
No,
elf. He's practically made out of wood.
Well, it's very.
Oh my God.
Made out of wood.
Here, give me 1 second. I'm so sorry. And, say, perhaps we'll go with, Runa, since it's not like anyone will really recognize me by that. And
No, they'll probably recognize you by, "Is that Fulton?" Sorry.
And he'll kind of lift one hand to his hair, which is still in the rather big braids, and looking down at the leather armor that he's wearing now as compared to the plate mail that he'd been wearing for most of the time that you all had known him. And he'll say, hopefully not. I mean, I'd hope by now I look different enough from him at this point.
Yeah, you do. Especially, no giant scar.
Right. And then he'll look over at Nia. Sam, what about you, Nia? I mean, I suppose we can just call you that if you'd like. Yeah, I think that would be fine.
Luckily, I mean, nobody really knows Resh, and his full first name is Rashir, but it's fine.
Right. Well, I think that's everyone.
Just looks at Aoife.
Well, I think Aoife should be fine. She wasn't involved in everything.
Yeah, that's true.
And if I do have to come up with something, I'll come up with something. It might be better for me to be me, especially once we get to Valgard. At least for a little while.
Why exactly are you coming with us?
Oh, well, and at that, Eva will sort of look at each person in the group as she's sort of just thrown herself along with all of you.
I've adopted you all.
For the first time, sort of, as if for the first time she's having to take stock of the fact that, oh yeah, I haven't just always been here. And she'll sort of straighten up a little bit and say, well, I mean, I assumed it was pretty obvious before, as staying in Mithramve would have certainly been a death sentence for me, as well as for most of you, but, well, Valgard has been my home. Why wouldn't I go back there, and to travel alone would be rather dangerous.
Fine.
I wasn't even trying to be persuading, really. I mean, I can amp it up a little bit if you would like it to be a little bit persuading.
No, that's not necessary.
But
Right,
so you all are fine with me just coming along? Because, I mean, I if you really don't want me to, I don't have to. But...
I mean, as long as you don't fuck us over, I don't see the problem.
I'm sorry. I'm assuming you've been with her already, but how did you, I guess, meet all of us?
We ran into her at the market.
There's lots of happenstance and strange coincidences, and I had met Rashir before in Valgard.
Wait, you know Resh? You're friends with Resh?
And Aoife will sort of look at Resh rather quickly and look back at Yulia and say, acquaintances. We've run into each other, and I don't.
Well, if you at least know him that well enough, I think that's good enough for me. Because I don't really know much about Resh other than he collects things and he's a good flute player, but if he thinks that you're good company, then I think that's good enough for me.
He's a good flute player?
Yeah, we had a flute off.
Yo, you gotta show me, dude.
Resh is very, very pointedly not making eye contact with anyone at the moment.
I don't know if he's upset that I won, though.
Hardly call that winning.
Oh, so
She is a card.
You did yield.
You know, Yulia, and Marcellus will very loudly say this. In
no.
the interest of keeping you alive, I suggest that we get on going.
Right. Sorry.
What the fuck is wrong with you? He's a master assassin.
Listen, he's had plenty of opportunities to take my head already, and he hasn't. So I think
Stop
I'm
giving
okay.
him more.
Fine.
All right.
Onward.
How the hell do we get to Valgard?
Walking.
Okay, let me phrase this in a slightly better way.
With our feet.
Where do we go?
And Ari will kind of step up and say, well, guess it depends how we want to get there. We can either walk straight there, maybe skirting the edge of the God's Wood, or, I don't know, going through the God's Wood if we wanted to, I suppose.
I'm not going back in that forest. You can't make me.
Oh?
Last time I went in there, I projectile vomited on a guard.
Oh yeah.
Oh.
Oh, yeah.
Good times.
Who then
No.
punched Arca in the face.
Ooh.
Good times, as I said.
Well,
Maybe that
Oh,
wasn't the best idea.
didn't we talk about passing a village? What direction is that? Is it on the way?
If we stay on the eastern side of the God's Wood, there is a rather sprawling farming community called Siren, and sits just at the edge of the forest.
Well, if our plan's to go there anyway, then I say around the God's Wood it is.
Ari kind of will look over everyone else to see if anyone else has any other recommendations, or...
Honestly, I'm fine just walking there if we can stay the hell out of the God's Wood.
Yeah, I agree.
Might be able to procure some transportation if we go to the, go through. Was it-
Wait. I have an idea. And he will suddenly latch onto his pack and start rummaging through it, and he will
Okay.
yank out his robe of useful item.
Oh my
Mm.
god.
Oh, I
Here we
you
go.
had.
And if I remember correctly,
Spin the wheel. Here we go.
Asking Kayla.
I can't remember if it's like you could pick or not.
Kayla has picked for me.
Oh, okay. Perfect.
Sorry, Starion. Which
That's
I did
fine.
send you a message, Starion. Did you say something?
Yeah, I gotcha.
Yeah?
Mhm.
Okay, thank you. Fantastic. This is going to be stupid.
Oh.
So he will
Boy.
reach down and grasp one of the patches, and realizing he's still standing very close to Arca, will then suddenly crab walk a little bit to the side
Crap.
and rip it off, and it is a patch with a horse on it with saddlebags.
Wow.
And he will quickly throw it.
It's like, oh shit. Instantaneous horse.
Yeah, so you rip this patch off of your cloak of many things, and you toss it a few feet away from you. And as soon as it hits the ground, you all watch as, in the blink of an eye, without really any sort of fanfare or show of magic, there's now a horse standing there before you. A rather fairly average-sized horse with a solid brown coat, already saddled with a everything on it for riding that just simply stands there, sort of pawing at the ground beneath it with one hoof.
Let's be like, ta-da.
Yeah.
Oh,
Ta-da!
He's
oh.
cute.
Oh,
Was the horse just born, or was it summoned, or was it
It's
in
best
stasis?
not to ask too many questions.
Magic's pretty cool.
We
That
should
said-
name him.
If we go to Siren, I'm sure we can find somebody with, like, I don't know, a pullable carriage or something, or a cart.
I was gonna ask if you maybe had one in your robe.
I do have a boat.
I
I
Oh.
don't think that's going to work quite so
Probably
well.
No, hear me out.
Very
Might
terribly
need some
uncomfortable
wheels.
and
We
oh,
can
make a lot of
attach it
noise.
to the boat.
No.
I don't feel like
No.
the horse dragging the boat with all of us in it's not a great idea.
no.
It's a lot of friction.
I mean, it's a really good thought. I mean, you should.
If we had some wheels, we could probably make it work.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I do have some rope. Let's see. You suddenly just see him pull off another patch, and it's just like this
Oh my
steel
God.
hand mirror.
Oh.
What?
Marcellus is not gonna work.
It says it automatically comes with a steel mirror.
Oh.
You
Okay.
just
Here,
pull out a
let me see.
mirror.
We have a mirror now. You can use that
Yeah,
to blind
so-
people.
So you pull off the patch that looks to be like a mirror, and it expands right in your hand into a little, not quite pocket-sized mirror, but it's probably a good, like, few inches wide by a few inches long. Just a mirror you now have in your hands.
Yeah. Wait. You guys want to see what I can do?
With
Sure.
the mirror?
Why not?
Mm,
You sure?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay.
Just be
And,
careful.
He's just like patting himself around, looking for which one he wants. And oh god, is he gonna do it? Am I just gonna waste it? He's just gonna waste it.
Oh
Oh,
no.
no.
Oh, baby. Yeah. Yeah.
Essentially, which one, Starion?
No, that's fine. It's, oh,
Inbound catastrophe.
So stupid. It's so stupid. I'm sorry. He's just so excited, and he rips off this one patch. He has no idea what the fuck it does, but it looks safe enough, and it's got a little paw print on it.
Oh.
But
Yeah, you rip it off, and you throw it on the ground, not all that far from the horse. And you watch as in the same sort of, I guess, appearance as the horse. It's not a horse this time, but instead stands two dogs. Large dogs. Mastiffs, in fact. One of them, they both stand before you, partially dressed in what appears to be armor of sorts, of like mixtures of steel plate and leather that covers their necks and ankles and along their backs. One of them is a tawny color with black paws and a black muzzle with a long tongue kind of lolling out of the side of his mouth. And
Oh no, he's stupid.
Oh no,
No.
he's stupid.
and the other one beside him, hold on. The other one beside him, well, he has rather short hair. The other one next to him is fluffy as hell. At first, you almost think it's maybe a bear of some sort, from its reddish-brown coat and the amount of fluff on this thing, and a curled tail that sits partway over its back. But it does have the same sort of facial structure and a small tongue kind of poking out of its mouth beneath its black dog-like nose, and yeah, you just got you have 2 dogs, and they are both God, how tall are mastiffs? They're tall, man.
Big.
They're giant. They're giant breed.
Yeah, I think they're what, like couple feet at the shoulder ish.
Uh,
Yeah, about
30,
2.5
30 inches. 30 inches, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, so each of them stand about like 2.5 feet tall at the shoulder.
Big.
And he'll just go, ta-da!
Taffy just stares at these
who are
things.
such good, noble animals?
So now we have a horse and 2 dogs.
No, now I have a horse and 2 dogs.
Well.
Wow.
To be fair, actually, he'll go over to it and he's like, "Hey, Ari, you're a ranger, right?"
I mean, I've had experience in such tactics, yes.
He'll just point at the big fluffy one and he'll go, "You can have that one."
You can have this one.
I mean, will it listen to me since you're the one who summoned it?
And he'll look at this thing and he'll just go, "Dog, listen to Runarian."
And the dog will look from you to Ari and just kind of cocks its head slightly to one side.
Go to Ari. Just kind of push, like, get behind him and try to push.
The dog doesn't move at first if you try to push it. But after a moment, it does walk, kind of trots up to Ari, wagging his tail expectantly. And Ari will reach down and start petting him.
As for the tawny one with the black mask, he'll kind of get down in front of it for a minute, and he's really quiet, just staring at it.
It looks back at you, its tongue still hanging out of the side of its mouth, tail wagging furiously behind it.
He just goes, "Rash,
Yes.
I'm keeping it."
I mean, I expected as much.
Her name is Coco.
What are you? Coco? Oh, that's so sweet, Nurse Chalice.
Stop!
And as you seem to name the dog, she licks the side of your face.
Just jerk back from it. And turning his face toward Julia, he'll just say, "You can have the horse."
Yes! And she'll just go up,
Giving out
go
animals.
up in front of him and just start petting him on the nose, like, "Oh, who's a good boy?"
And real quick, turning to look at Taffy with this like minimally evil look,
Uh-oh.
he'll just say,
Uh-oh.
"Coco, go give Taffy a hug."
Oh.
Uh-oh.
Oh,
Coco will look over at you, Taffy,
Oh.
and just starts walking over to you. And then
there's no handle animal. Oh no.
give me an animal handling check.
Oh, there is that. Okay, here we go.
There is,
Oh
yeah.
baby. You know, I'm gonna use my
believe
anima
in you.
shard.
Oh no.
No.
Happy, your girlfriend's a Canis. I think you can handle it.
I know. That's why I'm using my anima shard.
Oh,
Well, all right.
Oh,
And then I died. I got
Die
hugged to
by
death by a dog.
Bodied by a
Survived
puppy.
Wow.
the entire Underdark, and then die the second I get above ground to a mastiff.
and so Coco walks over to you, tail wagging, tongue lolling out from her mouth. And at first, she just comes up and it feels like she almost slams her head against you. And you kind of have to take a step back to like balance yourself as you're thinking, oh, okay, this is fine. And you start petting her a little. And that seems to get her very excited as the next thing you know, she jumps up, putting each paw on one of your shoulders, and you're surprised at the very sudden weight of this large dog and find yourself soon toppling to the ground, Coco on top of you as she begins to lick your face.
Oh, she likes you.
Oh, he's so sweet.
Good puppy, good puppy. He's still like petting the dog, but you know, he's struggling a bit to breathe, you know, at the moment. Man, this is indicative of how it's gonna go with Samoya.
Oh god!
There we
Oh
go.
my.
Oh god! Coco, get off! Down!
Oh,
And after a moment, she will listen and kind of gets up off of Taffy and returns back to your side in her shelves.
Right, and Yulia, what are you gonna do with your what is this?
what is this?
I mean, I know it's a horse, but like, never actually kind of seen one.
Well, I guess if we find a cart, he can pull us.
You should probably name him.
Thinking on it, I think I'll go with Vida. It's a name I heard long ago that I was told means friend.
Vita.
Okay.
But
Works
I
fine
guess
for me.
I guess he's equipped to hold stuff. So I guess there's that. If we get any extra supplies, I guess we could just put in one of the packs.
Well, if somebody gets tired, they can ride him.
Yeah, exactly. But I'll does real quick, does he have so he has like a saddle and like reins
His
and
saddle
all that?
bag, so I assume he has a saddle, yeah.
Yeah, so he's got like a saddle, probably a couple of saddle bags on either side, and then he's got like reins and everything already attached to him.
Okay, then I will take the reins from behind him and bring it more to the front, so I'm just holding it. And I'll just say, yeah, I'll just lead him like this for the time being.
All right. Is it gonna be okay if we stand behind him?
Well, I mean, try not to spook him, but just kind of just say something. I'm sure he would just say like, "Hey, I'm here," or something to that effect, or even just put your hand on his side or on his rear, and it should be fine.
All right. Well, magic trick aside, Taffy, assuming you're not dead, everybody ready to go?
Yeah, Taffy's
Yep.
kind of sprawled out on the grass. He just, upon hearing that, he just kind of, thrusts a paw up and with thumbs up, and just kind of slowly rolls over to the right to get up, realizes, oh no, that was the leg that got shot, and then rolls over to the left,
Oh,
and slowly picks himself up.
I was gonna say Jafar is about to like reach out and help him up.
He will accept the help.
Just grabs both of his paws and tugs him up.
Tugs him up.
But Runar, what are you naming your new dog?
He'll look back down at the large, fluffy mastiff, and he'll think about it for a moment, kind of tilting his head one way, tilting his head the other. Sam, honestly, I never thought I'd own a dog, but Shit, I need a name. Uh-huh.
Nurse Ellis will just say, yeah, it's not really one that your dad can say no to.
Oh.
I mean, what's he gonna do? We break him out of prison and then he says, absolutely not, you cannot have this dog?
Fair point. Bailey messaged you on Discord.
I read.
Okay.
I hate you.
Oh no.
Oh no.
And Ari just gets a sudden amused smile on his face. He says, I think we'll call him Moose.
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 Yes.
Moose.
Oh, that's perfect.
Moose.
I don't understand.
Um,
Why is everyone laughing?
do you know what a moose is?
No.
Imagine it like, it's somewhat similar to a horse. It's a four-hooved creature with shaggy brown hair and usually a pair of antlers on its head.
You named your dog after a deer.
A very angry, violent deer.
Yes.
Oh,
Very
angry and
big,
violent?
too.
It's very large also.
Like
Yes.
how violent?
Well, you wouldn't
Oh,
want to
they
mess
will
with
mess
one.
you up given the chance.
Alright, then I approve.
I approve. Oh man, I can't wait till we fight a dire moose.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Sick moose on the dire moose.
This dude moose on the dire moose.
God.
Okay, Coco, moose, horse.
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 You know, it strikes me as a little odd that we're now traveling with 2 dogs, a horse, a tabaxi, and an Aarakocra. But,
I mean, you pulled out the animals from your cloak. That was you.
Yeah.
I can pull out the boat too.
Let's say
No,
that for
no.
when we need it.
No.
We can't put it back. I don't think. Right? That's a one way. That's a
No.
one-way trip for that thing, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Yeah, we might want to save that for when we're like drowning.
Fair, I suppose.
Just a thought. Just a suggestion.
You guys take the fun out of everything. With that, he'll just start walking down the road.
Taffy will
Alright.
Gonna
Blindly.
right after.
Probably more walking
Blind.
into the field.
just walks the exact wrong direction. It's like
Why don't we
Michelle's
let Ari
that way.
lead? Yeah.
Little
Why don't
to
we
your
let
left
Ari
there.
lead? He knows where it is. Yeah.
Fine, Ari, lead the way. Sorry. Lead the way.
No.
No. Yeah.
Alright. And, alright, yeah, so Ari, or Brunar, shall go ahead and take point with Moose now trotting along beside him, and Coco following close to Narcellis, and then, what was your horse's name one more time, Yulia? I'm so sorry.
Vita. I'll put it in our general
Vita.
chat.
Okay. Vita, okay. Yeah, and then Vita just sort of, clopping along beside you, Yulia, as you hold on to the reins, and you all begin to make your way northwest, judging by the current position of the sun and the position also of the Damavand range at your backs. And for the most part, it's a relatively quiet journey, as you know very well that you all have a very long walk ahead of you. Or at least a very long journey if you find some way to not have to walk the entire way there.
take turns riding the horse.
But as you go, making your way across the countryside of Leyrid, this particular area, south of Edalden's Cradle up to the Damavand Range, you pass a lot of farmland and agriculture that you can see in the distance, tucked away, between hills and just beyond the reaches of the Ashwood or the Godswood. And you're out here for, oh gosh, probably it's been now about a little over a week. You all have been traveling along the road for the most part and skirting the eastern edge of the Godswood as you make your way up towards Siren and then onward towards Valgard. It's currently now the 53rd day of Redgrass, the last day of this current month. You're approaching Siren, roughly within about another day's walk, and at this point there's only the 2 weeks left before Faldvin is to be executed if your timing is right based upon the information Aoife has given you. Well, hold on. Sorry. I have to blah, 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 blah. Okay. So actually, okay. No, so you do get to Siren. My bad. I'm misreading this. Okay. So yes, the 53rd day of Redgrass, you arrive in Siren. I'm gonna plop y'all over there. It gives you a similar sort of vibe as Drake Mound did, but Siren is a lot more compact in that as you make your way towards it, you are first met with... Oh. Thanks. You're first met with farmland, and you pass by, gated off acres of land where you see, oxen and cows grazing out in the yellowy green fields. The air here is rather fresh now that you've gotten a fair distance away from the Damavand Range and the ever-active volcanoes, and the heart of the town is tucked rather close to the Godswood over here. And you notice as well, the Godswood in particular, actually, I'll have all of you make perception checks for me, as I continue here.
I can't see shit anyway.
Apparently not.
I'm too focused on my horse.
Oh, nice.
Clearly.
And as you all approach Siren, kind of staying along the outskirts of it for the time being, it's, rather quaint farming village with a bustle to it already as you've reached it about mid-morning. It's not quite noon yet, but the sun is fairly bright and high in the sky, and people are out and about with their daily work and business. No one really bothers you all, but you can tell, even as you're staying far enough away from where most of the hustle and bustle is, there are eyes on all of you at the moment.
Oh.
Of people sort of passing by, giving odd looks as to the strange assembly you have of your party. Especially in particular, like Nershellis and Resh, and even some giving wary glances to the two tiefling. Let's see. So with all your perception rolls, Taffy, you in particular notice that the Godswood out beyond Siren, the trees are almost all yellow, but it's not the yellow that you would expect of the turning of the seasons. This yellow is sickly and almost unnatural, and you even see a couple of trees at the very edge of the Godswood seem to have turned entirely black with no leaves upon their branches. And it just kind of gives you a very unsettled feeling in the pit of your stomach.
Ooh, probably need to ask about that.
And so, we'll say, because I'm going to, at this point, just for you guys, I'm going to kind of divide you into smaller groups here as we're making our way to Valgard. So, Taffy and Julia.
Ooh.
Mm-hmm.
You, along with Nyalkish, decide that you're going to head into town, as the party will need rations for the rest of your journey onto Valgard, and perhaps you might be able to, find out some information about the current goings-ons in Larid, as you've been gone for well over a month at this point. And you make your ways into the heart of the city, and you see Nyalkish is standing very close to both of you, with kind of her hands like grasping at the hem of the shirt that she's wearing. And you're surrounded pretty much by buildings of very simple make, mostly wooden structures with some stonework here and there. There's an entire market area where farmers and herders of all sorts have their wares on displays, from meats and produce, such as fresh fruits and vegetables, to one or two stalls of people who are selling, like bread or other baked goods. And, you smell the scent of cooked meat and vegetables, and perhaps even a stew kind of floating on the air around you. So I guess I will ask Taffy first here, or I guess I should say, where did we put everyone's names? Shoot Mao. Shoot Mao? I can't say this right. I'm so sorry.
And that's why I chose that.
It's great. But yes, what is Taffy up to, or what might he want to do as you guys head into town?
So as he first heads into town, he makes sure his hood's down and his mask is off. As a matter of fact, he probably, he's gonna probably go into town without his cloak, which is very rare for him to do. Probably, just in case anyone because he was running around a lot in his stealth and cloak, so he's kind of packed that away. He's very careful with it. He takes the clasp chain off the front of it, and he sort of wraps it around his leather armor on the front, sort of laces it in with this little silver pyramid on it. Packs his cloak away, and he's walking through the town. And he's gonna sort of take note of, first off, the sort of residency. Is it a bustling town? Is it a sort of bustling town? Like, what's the, what kind of races does he see mostly running around? Sort of takes thought of, how hostile this place might be if he starts asking questions.
So you see, it's a fairly busy town. Probably even busier than Drake Mound had been, as this is larger than Drake Mound. And, the buildings are fairly condensed here now in the heart of this sprawling village. And most of the population, as you kind of take a look around, you see a lot of wildling humans, a number of halflings milling about with them. Let me see, hold on. And you're fairly certain you see one or two furbolgs kind of running around.
Okay.
And make
Uh-oh.
another perception check for me.
Okay. I can do that. Ah, baby.
8. Yeah, that's all you notice for the time being.
Okay. So he's gonna go up to a let's call it like a stall that sells we'll do like meats and breads, that sort of thing.
Mhm.
He's gonna go up and he's gonna casually ask if he can get if they have any dried jerky. And while he's asking that, he's gonna go and is like, oh man, it's been kind of crazy. It's I haven't been to Syria in a while. It's how have you guys been holding up over here? Especially in the last month.
And as you approach a nearby stall that's selling some jerky, it's manned by a human woman standing behind the counter. Looks like she's maybe in like her early to mid 40s. She has this dull blonde hair with a couple of strands of gray running through it. And she looks curiously at you as you approach, putting on a smile to greet you. And her gaze kind of flickers over to Yulia, as she and Nyalkish approach with you, and her smile kind of ebbs slightly. And she focuses back on you, Taffy, and I'm so sorry, one more time, what was the question that he asked?
Oh, it's he basically made an off comment about it's been a crazy month. Haven't been to Syria in some time. Have you guys been holding up? It's not looking great with the Godswoods either.
And she'll kind of respond with well, everything's certainly been in an uproar with the announced upcoming execution of the former Lieutenant General.
Right,
it really came as
heard about
quite
that.
a bit of a yeah, it's got us all quite in a bit of a shock, truth be told. He's done a lot of good here in Leyrid.
Yeah, remind me again. I've heard some rumors, but what are they exactly putting him on trial for?
Oh, he's not going on trial, Tabaxi. He's being executed.
What did they pin him for?
Well, supposedly he assassinated the late Queen Myan Yorzir and intended to take her throne so that he could they say he was working in league with Drow, but I hardly see how that would be the case. I mean, he spent years helping to defend Leyrid from the Underelves.
Yeah, hate this woman.
The Underelves. And no joke. It's really hard to believe. Like, just out of nowhere. Well, I mean, crazy times. And you never know someone, I guess, until it's too late. Which, by the way, looking at noticing on my way into town, what's going on with the forest? Trees looking a little rough since the last time I've been out this way.
Oh, the Godswood, no one really knows, unfortunately. It's been seeming to get worse and worse by the month, and a lot of our crops recently have been dying because of whatever sickness is spreading through it.
And so at this point, he's exchanged whatever money he needed for the jerky. And he kind of takes a small bite of one piece and kind of casually is like, "That's right. It's been going on for a while now. How far back did this start?"
Oh, months now since. Hold on. I have to remember which one. Hold on. I gotta ask Bela a question.
Quick question. Do I have the horse with me?
I mean, you can, unless you want to say you left it with another party member.
I'll have the horse with me. I'm attached.
Okay. And in response to your question, Taffy, she'll say, yes, it's been going on ever since about the start of Green Loam, 3 months back now.
Oh, interesting. That's right. I think I remember hearing something about that. Has anyone even tried to investigate any of that?
Supposedly, people from Drake Mound enlisted the help of some druids out from Ashwood, but nothing's been heard of yet.
Well, did they even arrive? Have they been out there?
I have no idea.
Oh, gotcha. Well, that's a little strange. When is this execution, by the way, supposed to take place? Now that I'm thinking about it.
Apparently going to be taking place the day of Duke Gabroth's coronation to become king.
Oh man, that's coming up, isn't it?
About 2 weeks, aye.
Oh man, I guess I should start traveling that way. It's oh man, haven't traveled to Valgard from Syrian before. How much of a trip is that?
From here, it'll probably take you a good another week if you're traveling on foot. And she'll kind of give you an odd look. She'll say, why are you so keen to ask about the former general? Are you going for the coronation?
I mean, might as well. I'm from Abydos, kind of stuck here until I can find my way home.
I see. Well, I suppose I can just say to be careful on the roads. Never know what sort of unsavory types you might run into.
So he cocks an eyebrow, and he's like, have there been trouble on the roads recently? I haven't run into anything yet, but do I need to be worried about something?
Well, all manner of drow are usually lurking on the roads, and
Eat my whole ass.
Oh, God.
and
God, this one's so terrible.
the matter of the Godswood seems to have a lot of the local wildlife riled up. And she'll kind of look at Yulia for a moment, and her eyes narrowing slightly.
God, I hate her.
And Yuli just gives the nicest smile back.
Never know what might happen out there.
He kind of slightly turns his head to the left and looks back at the woman. His eyebrows are in acquisitive position. Well, yeah, I suppose, wouldn't want to get caught out here, Might be I would like to make it back home at some point. Well, I do appreciate, thanks for the jerkies, tastes great, by the way. Yeah, it's, oh, I guess one more thing, since apparently it can be kind of dangerous out there, you don't know where I could maybe pick up a wagon or something for a horse.
And she'll kind of think about that for a moment before just giving a shrug of her shoulders. Not sure. And I'd like you to just make an insight check for me, Taffy.
Oh boy, insight. I've already blown my
And Yulia too, if you'd like.
Sure, why not?
Oh boy. Taffy, how do you not get anything
What?
to insight?
because it's wisdom base.
Oh.
I rolled a nat 1. I want to die.
Oh,
Yulia, you take it at face value. This woman knows nothing about cards.
Nothing about cards.
Fine.
Taffy, you kind of get the sense that there's maybe something she's not telling you. And you kind of get a feeling from the way that she's been looking at Yulia, though not saying anything to her, makes you think that perhaps she's not entirely fond of the Tiefling's company.
And he's kind of
therefore
like,
maybe withholding information.
So he kind of turns around and he hands a piece of jerky to Monder, and he's like, "Hey, Monder, would you mind going ahead and stable the horse for real quick and go ahead and get him fed up and rested so we can head out pretty quick here? I'll catch up with you here in a minute."
Sure. I was actually gonna go to the fruit stall, maybe find some treats for Vita on the way. Come on, Nia. Why don't you help me pick the nicest fruits, apples, carrots that we can find?
And your horse kind of gives like a snort and like wiggles their ears very excitedly at the mention of food.
Oh, food. And so after a second, Taffy turns back around before he takes off, like he's gonna leave, but then he stops for a second, and he kind of slow turns back to the stall lady, and is like, "Are you sure you don't know anything where I could get like a covered wagon or something? I mean, if I have to camp out there and take supplies with me, I'd like it to, carrying all that stuff by myself is going to be a little difficult and weigh me down a little bit. Wouldn't want to be caught out there,
Well, I guess that depends. Is that little devil your friend?
So he tenses up a little bit, but he maintains his composure. Sniffs a little bit. He's like, "Traveling companion at the moment. Is there something I need to be aware of? I'm a little bit new to, as I said, I am from Abydos. I don't know if you know where that is. Over in a Ket." He kind of hushes his voice a little bit as he leans in. Is there some danger I need to be aware of?
Well, just that. Actually, make a persuasion check for me.
Oh, baby! Oh, my bullshit is caught up to me. All right.
Ooh.
Oh,
Holy
nice.
shit! 27. All right.
Your luck grew or mine failed.
I slurped it up.
She
did?
kind of like looks at you for a long second, and then eventually says, "Well, it's just that their kind usually aren't very welcome around here. What with their long history back in Bloodstone, so I wouldn't exactly trust them very much."
Ooh, Taffy's tail flicks around, but he keeps himself cool. Ooh.
Just because I can.
Just because I can. Ooh, that's kind of neat.
Oh!
There
So
we go.
he's like, "Really? I haven't actually traveled to Bloodstone myself. It's on the list of things to do, but what happened down there?"
Why don't you go and ask your traveling companion?
Well, I mean, I
Ma'am,
suppose fair enough.
I will set fire to your store. Please.
Strength in numbers and all that, unless I need to be concerned.
And she just sort of like rolls her eyes slightly and will just say, "It doesn't really matter, just you ought to get going."
I mean, you got me worried now. Listen, the sooner I can get a wagon, the sooner I might be able to get out of here. As he
There's
makes
nothing here for you.
Okay, I'm
Could have brought
just.
Marcellus with you. He just set on fire.
Yeah. Agreed.
You're being so patient.
Mm-hmm.
So he kind of shrugs and he's like, all right, fine enough. I'll leave when I can, Thanks for the jerky, I guess. And he inquisitively kind of casts one more glance back at her and sort of walks off.
All right. Yeah, you leave, and Nyalkish, whom had stayed behind with you, kind of walks with you, and once you're far away enough out of earshot, she'll say, that was something.
Dealt with tough customers before, but that was a little rough. That was a little hard to deal with. I don't know what's going on with Bloodstone, but we need to find somewhere to get a cart and get out of here. We're gonna have maybe a week.
Yeah. Well, I guess I'll have to go find Yulia.
Do you happen to know anything about the druids from Ashwood?
She'll kind of like tilt her head for a moment and think about it. And I gotta fucking find her thing. And she'll say, not particularly. I mean, I know druids live within the Ashwood. There is a small enclave there, but don't really know anything about them other than they exist.
Interesting. Right. Well, do you happen to know do they work for anyone? Do they sort of keep to themselves? Do they, report to a higher authority on occasions?
Honestly, I have no idea. What I know of druid enclaves is they, from what I understand, tend to kind of be their own little communities, I guess.
Okay. And do they sort of... Well, okay, I mean, you said you didn't really know, so there's one more question. Do they live in the woods, or do they have, I imagine that they sort of exist out in woodland areas in their own little communities?
They do live out in nature, yes.
Okay, so no actual
mostly
town or city?
Not really. I mean, from what I know about druids, they usually either live amidst nature, or some of them will make small, town is far too generous a word. It's usually very small. They usually keep very to themselves.
Okay. Huh. No one's seen them come in. And if they're here to deal with the problem and they haven't yet, that means they're either not here yet, or, I don't know, maybe it's just suspicion on my part, and maybe they're causing the problem. But then again, this is just wild speculation. He's saying this while, walking towards the direction that Yulia went.
Meanwhile, Yulia, as you make your way away from the stall of the, beef jerky and all that you and Taffy had been in front of, you do find your way over to a produce stall where you pick up, they sell you a fairly cheap basket full of various fruits and vegetables, and you pick what seems to catch Vita's interest between carrots, some apples, and a handful of other things, and things that you and the party could very easily eat upon your journey. And as you're loading up this food into the saddlebags upon Vita's back, as it'll make it a lot easier to carry without the bag of holding you guys once had, you hear footsteps approaching towards you. And it's odd that you kind of pick them out amidst the crowd of people that are moving this way and that. And it's enough to draw your attention as you look up from what you're doing. And you notice that someone is now standing just a few feet away from you. It's a halfling, probably not even half as tall as you are. Or at least you think they're a halfling. They have about the same slender build, and they're only a few feet tall, with, rounded ears and rather human-like features. But you notice their hair is this wild orange color that sort of seems to shoot out this way and that in a mess on top of their head. And he has a satchel slung over one shoulder and a letter in hand. And as you make eye contact, he'll hold the letter up to you and say, "I have a letter for you, ma'am."
Oh.
Yulia would have probably tensed a little bit, especially after the interaction with the woman. It's not a surprise to her at that point. So she kind of brushed that off, but then hearing someone just come up from behind, sets her on edge a little bit. She does calm down when it's like this person doesn't seem to be a threat, but her eyes just kind of one eyebrow raises having this letter being presented to her. She's like, I'm sorry. Can I ask who this is from?
And he'll look at the letter, which, make a perception check for me.
Okay. Doo-doo. Please. Oh, wait, hold on.
Oh,
I hit performance by accident. I'm sorry.
It's all good.
It's right under perception.
13. So he looks at the envelope he's carrying and says, I don't know, some woman out in Roseton, Emilian? And you recognize as well the letter that he's holding out to you. You can see that on the flat side of the envelope is your name, Yulia, written in a very familiar writing style of your mother.
Where did you get this? How did it make it here?
And the halfling sighs. I work for the Fae Mail. She wanted to send this to you, so here's your letter.
Oh, Father. She'll take the letter and she'll pull out a gold coin and hand it to the halfling. Thank you so much for all your hard work. Thank you.
No problem, ma'am. And he'll kind of look at the coin for a moment, pocket it, and then just walks away.
Oh, I don't know if Taffy and Nia Shu Mao and Nia are nearby, but they'll just kind of loudly say, "Oh boy, I am dead."
And oh, go ahead. Sorry.
And then they'll just slowly start opening the letter. Their hands are shaking a little bit.
All right. Yeah, you don't see your friends nearby quite yet, but Taffy, as you find Yulia, you'll see that she's standing there, beside her horse, currently reading a letter. And Yulia, for you, as you open the letter, it's written upon a fairly standard parchment, written in a very familiar script of your mother, as you've seen her write a number of letters before, and she was usually the one who would write the menus and upon the boards that your family had at their tavern back in Roseton. And as you read it, the letter reads, let's see. Oh, hold on. I just lost it. Okay, the letter reads, Yulia, I do not know when or where this letter will find you. This is my third attempt to reach you.
Oh.
Please come home. Please. I will send whatever funds you need to charter a ship. Your father is in danger. I cannot explain in this letter. I cannot let them find it. There's so much I have to explain. Please, please come home. Love, Mom.
Uh-oh.
Oh, shit. Yeah. Yulia just kind of like, still holding the letter, just like drops it. It kind of just like her hand just drops and her face is just blank and she just kind of leans back against the horse, kind of not holding upright.
Knock, knock. Here's the plot.
And Nyalkish, seeing you drop the letter, kind of hurries over to you, Yulia, and she'll say, Yulia, you okay? You dropped this. And she'll like kind of kneel, like crouch down to grab the letter.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Nia.
Or not Yulia, Maunder. That's what she said.
That's what she said, totally.
Redcon.
It's fine.
You okay, Wander?
No. That was from my mother.
Is everything not well with her? Hope she's not sick.
Well, she didn't really mention what was going on with her, but apparently my father is in some sort of danger.
And Taffy deflates. He just kind of looks dejected at the fact that, like, oh no.
And Yulia just holds up the Maunder, whatever.
That's fine.
Just holds up the letter saying, and this is her third attempt to try and reach me.
What happened to the first two?
Oh.
Apparently failures. Oh, shit.
We really need to... Okay, all right. Where is it that you said you were from again?
I'm from Roseton.
Right. All right, well...
All the way across the sea.
He's just scratching his chin. More like rubbing his chin at this point. Like vigorously. Like, you know... in frustration. Like, these problems need to stop happening.
And Nyalkish will say, well, if you're from Roseton, I mean, after we get out of Valgard, we could always try to find a ship over there. I mean, I don't know if it'll be safe to use the port there, but there's, Denon Claw to the south.
That might be the best bet, It's very hit or miss if anyone is welcome on the docks these days. Roseton has become, let's just say, quite the place in the past. God, it probably was even before I was born at this point.
Oh.
Yeah, it's a long, long series of events that happened out there.
Hey, we can listen. At least on the bright side, you know, we'll be done with this. We'll be done with this in at least 2 weeks, if not sooner. So, you know, we can get there, you know, relatively quickly.
But 2 weeks is a while, and I don't even know how long ago she's been trying to contact me. I really don't want to think.
So you kind of see her tearing a bit,
as saying, I just really hope it's not too late, whatever happened out there.
So Taffy kind of he looks a little sad. You know, he slumps a little bit. He's like, listen, if you need to go, I'm not going to hold. None of us would, I don't think, would hold it against you if you need to deal with your family matters.
I don't know what to do. I mean, I can't ask all of you to come with me now when something else is happening here, but I don't know. I think I just need a moment to figure this out.
Well, what if you send a response letter? I mean, you can at least see if everything is still okay, at least relatively speaking. You know, maybe if it's not too late, reach out to your mom.
Oh, right. Oh gosh, maybe the messenger is still nearby. So can I go and look around and see if I can spot a stalk of red hair anywhere?
He is unfortunately very gone. But as you say this, Nyalkish will say, well, you know, if you need to send a letter, the Fey mail kind of works a little weirdly. Whenever, I mean, I've never used it, but supposedly once you write a letter, if you say, I have a letter to send, they're supposed to appear to take it from you.
And then just as he says that.
Yeah, right. So, I mean, once you get a chance to write something, then we can definitely get it sent.
Oh, I didn't even know that was how that worked. All right, I guess I really need to find some pen and paper right now, actually.
All right, well, we'll go find something. Was there anything else we needed? I know we need to get some more rations for the party.
Yeah, it's we need to be a little careful, by the way, Maunder. The townspeople don't seem to take too kindly, because of course they can't just be hateful towards drow, they also have to be hateful towards tieflings.
And this kind of brings him out of the emotional state a little bit, like something else to focus on, and they just kind of go, all right, what did she call me when I walked away?
Didn't really give her the chance to, but she called you, I think it was Hellspawn? I don't know if that's insulting. I apologize.
I've been called worse. It's fine.
Something about Bloodstone? I don't really know what went on in Bloodstone.
Out of character, how much does Yulia know about Bloodstone? Like I read it, but I don't know like what Yulia knows in relation to this.
Yeah. Unfortunately, nothing. All she would know is it is a town that exists out in Akhet at like the northern edge of the Scorched Expanse, and she knows that's where tieflings come from. But that's really about all she could tell Taffy. But it is here that I am going to kind of wrap up your scene.
Okay.
For you guys. And unfortunately, oh god, I didn't mean to do that. I'm sorry. It's fine. That'll be in a second. Unfortunately, Taffy, unable to find a cart, you must continue your journeys on foot on towards Valgard.
Okay.
And you all continue to go out of Siren and still skirting the edge of the Godswood. It's now a few days later or so. It's the 3rd of tree sleep. The trees around you now are beginning to wither and die, as is usual for this time of year, but you notice that the ones in the Godswood especially seem to be dying more so than you might expect for a simple change of the season. And I'm going to ask Yavari and Arca to please make Constitution saving throws for me.
Oh.
Oh boy.
Oh, alright.
Here.
Constitution saving throws?
Constitution saving throw.
Okay.
Whoa.
Bam.
22.
Hey, yeah.
Ooh.
Arca is surviving.
You really do be.
Arca not only is surviving, but Arca is thriving.
He is.
And then
Use I will survive.
I also need one from you, Yuvari.
Oh boy.
Uh-oh.
Eliza?
No knock.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Did
Guess
you
that's
die?
fine.
Oh no.
Apparently.
It's bedtime.
I think they did.
The died.
Oh boy.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
I think they
It's
fell
that
asleep.
time.
Oh no!
Eliza.
Eliza!
I also don't want to like pound on their door.
Just kick it down. Boom.
You might,
Big Bird
D&D is
style.
here.
you might want to like poke the door open just because I know that they would much rather you wake them up.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, true.
Okay, hold on.
I'm not in shambles or anything. It's fine.
Yeah, listen, don't worry about it. It's just like, we move at the speed of plot, right? It'll be fine. Listen, the next main quest can't kick off until we finish the current one.
It's true.
Yeah,
RPG rules.
RPG rules. We haven't even loaded the Bloodstone cell yet, right? So like none of the NPCs can move around or anything, so
Nope.
Trying to find Bloodstone on the map. Where is it?
That's an excellent
Or
question.
Roseton. Oh, there's Roseton. There we go.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
right by the ocean.
Yeah, see, look, we'll just slingshot off the God's Eye.
Yeah, we
We'll
gotta
get-
go through that.
It's like a black hole, right? We'll just use the momentum and just fly right into Roseton. It'll be fine. No big deal.
Exactly.
Oh, Bloodstone looks cool as hell.
Where is Bloodstone?
think
Go
it's up
into Aked, and
there.
it's a little north. You'll see just when you start seeing red.
Oh, there it is. Okay, gotcha. Excellent. Man,
Rim shard.
I want to go everywhere.
Right?
Right.
Okay, so where are the places that everybody is most excited to like visit?
I'm excited.
general?
Oh.
Mm.
You're
Oh,
just
yeah.
you're just excited in general.
Just excited. The answer is yes.
But
Just
like
wanna
if
go
you had to if you had to pick a place, where would you want to go?
Well, I'm a little biased towards Abydos. I really want to go to
You know,
Abydos.
So true.
Yeah.
This
I am
map
ready.
is so giant.
I am also a little biased towards like Roseton and like Port Lerna and Fortuna. But also up to the north, the very shiny tree is also very appealing.
The tree home.
Yeah.
Oh,
Giant gold tree.
home? Yeah, that kind of looks kind of fun.
I want to see the big tree.
And then purple trees to the southwest too.
Yeah, those are kind of neat. Do you guys think so? If we go back across the ocean towards everybody's favorite continent, Leyrid, or country, or whatever.
We're gonna leave Leyrid and be like, never again.
We're
We're not coming. We're
Say
never
that.
coming back here.
You say that.
I
Oh,
know,
no.
you say that.
Oh no.
Yeah, Eliza is very asleep at the moment. So
Oh no.
okay, so here instead, I'm gonna do
Do
this
the
a little
old
differently here.
Swapperoo.
So Whopperoonie.
So, as you all are skirting very close to the Godswood now, you can just see in the distance out to the northwest, you can just see the outskirts of Valgard coming into view. Beyond that, the glittering waters of the Shimmer. And Aoife and Norshellison, I would like you guys to please make Constitution saving throws for me.
Oh, this is not
Oh,
my
Resh
strong
died.
suit.
Bye, Resh.
Bye, Rash. Was nice
Yeah,
knowing you.
he'll maybe come back in here in a second, but it's
Give,
fine.
Oh, okay,
give,
that
give
would
me
be
back
bad.
my brother, please. Thank you.
Give me back my brother. Never.
No.
He has
Ooh.
absconded.
Okay, we all did reasonably well, I would assume.
I think so.
Reasonably well. We did passable.
Passable.
We cleared the
Yeah.
bar.
We're not immediately dead.
That's not what I want. Yeah, for real.
So I feel like if somebody had rolled in that one, it
Smallery.
just would have been instant death.
Instant death.
Yeah.
And you bring
Pull
the
out the
whole
new
party down
character
with you.
Yeah.
I liked Smallery there.
Smallery?
Smallery.
It's fine. There we go. We're gonna do something weird as hell here. All right.
I love it.
Doing my
The
best,
summoning
man.
circle has been
You're doing so great. The summoning circle for small Ari.
for Smallery. Smallery.
No. All right. So that, and then let me get.
How you
Let's see.
summon an Ari.
And now and there it is. There we go.
Goodbye.
There's
Goodbye.
There it is. Yeah, Ari
Oh.
is not doing too hot.
I know that feel, man.
I know that feel, man.
So, as you guys are staying about as far away from the Godswood as you can, while also trying not to stray too far off your path to Valgard, even from the distance you are, many of you can feel the effects emanating from the Godswood. Narshellus, Arca, Aoife, you all can feel that the air is thick with anima, even from this distance. It's not enough to make you feel sick, but it's enough that it's very unsettling. And you all can't help but look, nervously towards the Godswood, as you can see, Arca and Narshellus especially, from what you remember of the Godswood prior, you remember it was still rather full of life, with a few dying trees here and there from the one time you all had ventured into it, before Narshellus had grown too sick and you all left. Now, however, it seems almost every tree is dying, with maybe one or two here that are still clinging to their greenish color before they give way to the sickly yellow. And as you are looking in that direction, all of a sudden, from behind you, you hear, like, Ari, Runarian, give this sudden pained noise as you see he falls down onto one knee, gripping at his head.
Uh-oh.
Renarian?
Ari? Runar? You okay?
Lords, I feel sick.
Oh boy! All right. Michelle just immediately goes forward and gets down on both knees in front of him, like, "Okay, Ari, look at me."
And it kind of takes him a moment, but he manages to kind of look up at you, and you see he's got a very just strained look on his face, with one hand going to his stomach.
Okay, listen.
Yes.
Do not throw up on me.
Why did you get close to him?
Trying.
I wasn't thinking about it, but now.
No. Listen, we're close, but we're not that close.
I don't know. It just hit me all of a sudden.
Yes, the same thing happened to me, actually, Arca. You'll remember, when we went into the Godswood, and, look, the sooner we get away from these trees, the sooner it's gonna go away. You just need, to sit down, and, not here. Ari?
What? Yes. What?
Put him on the horse.
Yeah, why don't you, go ride Vita, and, actually, the motion might make it worse. Just go get on the horse.
Okay. And
Right.
you'll see he kind of starts to struggle to stand up, very shaky on his feet.
Do you want
Okay,
help? Erica like reaches down to help him up.
And he appreciates it as he, greatly takes the help to get back on his feet.
Come on, 2 for 2.
And,
2 for 2.
What?
Listen, he's already thrown up on, or Nichelle's thrown up on Arca. Now it's Runa. It's Ari's turn.
Listen.
Oh no.
Ari, you're a prideful, vain person.
Where you going with this, Narcellus?
And, let me appeal to that part of you here to get you to Valgard. If you throw up on me, and or collapse here and die in the middle of the field, I will ask Resh to carry you.
Resh is just glaring at you momentarily. Ari just says,
I don't suppose anyone has like a magic thing they could do to fix this?
You want a sip of a health potion?
Oh, wait. Do we... I just thought about this. I don't know why I didn't think about this earlier. Is there any way for, like, for me to roll, like, a medicine check or a perception check to try and, like, obviously the anima is causing this, but, like, to figure out specifically, like, I don't know what it is, like, if there's any...
What are you trying to check for exactly?
So, like,
or?
just trying to figure out what exactly is, like, hindering him. Is it, like what type of condition? Is it, like, is the anima poisoning him? Or, like, I guess that's what I'm trying to see, if there's anything that I could roll to maybe figure that out.
Let me think about that for a moment. Actually,
Like,
give me a medicine check.
Okay. Okay.
A
Ooh,
19. So from the anima that you can feel in the air, Aoife, and even for you, as you have been traveling along the side of the Godswood, you know that this is not normal. Though you've pretty much been in Valgard, and even now you've been away from the city for some time, when you left, the Godswood was not this bad. You'd heard occasional stories here or there of the wood giving off this weird feeling of anima, or like crops occasionally catching these odd illnesses and dying off. But now being this close to it and feeling the anima for yourself, though it doesn't overwhelm you, you understand that that's likely what's affecting Ari, in that it's just the anima overwhelming his own, like this foul anima that's coming out of the Godswood.
Oh, okay. Because I was thinking, like, Aoife does have, like, the ability to, like, touch someone and remove, like, a condition of like paralysis or poison, but I don't know.
You could try it.
Okay. Well, in that case, I think Aoife will move closer to Ari, and she'll say, do you think maybe I could try something, see if I can possibly make it this a little bit less sickening?
And Ari will kind of look over at you, and he just gives a small nod of his head. Sure.
Okay, so Aoife's going to, like, take her hands and just sort of put them on his shoulders, and I mean, this is normally something that she would do in battle, but it's essentially I'm expending a key die to be able to cure him, hopefully, of whatever's hindering him.
Okay, and then what are you casting exactly?
It would be like it would be hands of healing, but it's physician's touch, which is basically, here, let me throw it in the chat.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, there we go.
That's basically what it is.
Okay.
Yeah. Don't know if that'll make it any better.
Okay. So you rest your hands on his shoulders, and using your own anima to channel through your own healing spell, you see Ari probably looks about ready to throw up at this point, but he's doing his best to hold it back. Oh, what was that?
Just the cat. I move away.
And as you begin to channel your anima into him, you see that the tension in his shoulders and like in his body kind of begins to relax a little as he lets out a very shaky breath. And after a few long moments, as your spell ends and you put your hands back at your sides, you'll hear Ari say, well, that helps. Thank you.
And Aoife will sort of step back, a little bit of like a proud smile on her face, like she sort of didn't expect that to work as good as it did, but it worked, and so she's kind of feeling pretty good about herself, and she says, of course, wouldn't want you throwing up on anyone.
Neither would I. And, Ari is probably still not looking too great, but at least he's not about to projectile vomit on the next closest person to him.
Yay!
Nice.
We did it.
And Michelle will brush off his pants from where he'd been kneeling on the grass, and he's like, well, now that Ari's not dying, no offense, Ari.
None taken.
How exactly are we going to just meander into the city?
Yeah, I've been kind of worried about that because a certain gnome might recognize me.
That's what you're worried about, not your wanted poster?
Well, with enough dye, I might be able to get my fur a different color.
We're not doing that again.
I mean,
the last time you did that, I found you drunkenly sobbing into your hands.
You don't need to talk about that. I'm not gonna get drunk and start crying this time.
Why? I have booze.
Well, okay, maybe after we rescue Falvin.
Feels like a very interesting story that
It's maybe one other time.
I'll tell you later, Aoife.
Oh my, just narrow eyes at Yulia over there.
Just give you a little finger wave.
Just
And, Resh will probably speak up and say, well, certainly there must be some sort of way you can all get into Valgard without being recognized immediately.
At least once we're in, I know where we can go to hide. There's a drow living here in Valgard. I have been living with him for about a year and a little bit. I don't really know. His name is Fowlin.
Make an insight check for me, Narcellis.
I don't like that.
I don't like that.
There's no reason you shouldn't like it. It's fine.
It's fine.
Perfectly fine. 3.
I don't know shit.
So, as you mention Fowlin, you see Resh seems to kind of like quirk an eyebrow, but you don't really get anything out of it, just other than just him responding to you talking.
He'll say, anyway, him and kids are probably still back in the fishing district. It shouldn't be hard to navigate that way. I'm sure there's still plenty of fucking drow littering the streets.
Probably. Though I am concerned about the state of the city since we left.
I'm sure it's fine. Still probably just as much of a shithole as it was before.
True.
Do you think?
Can I ask? Oh,
no, you're good. You good.
can I approach Aoife and ask her a question?
Yeah.
So Yulia will look to Aoife, and it is kind of has like, we'll say a concerned look, and she'll just kind of say, so do you know Mira, and her bakery, right? And her wife Briagi?
And Aoife will sort of scratch her chin and say, vaguely, you said they run a bakery?
Yeah, not too far from the entrance of the city. I don't know if you've seen or heard anything about what's happening over there.
I mean, I really only know the little that I know before I left Valgard, which is that the city was in pretty much a state of disarray, and there were some not so nice words being thrown around and fires being set, but I'm sure everyone's all right, just as everyone else is, sure.
I doubt they might help us then. They weren't so eager to really help us the last time. We basically brought troubles onto their doorstep, so I was hoping we had some friends left in there, but it is what it is.
So getting into Valgard, normally, I think it would be a bit tricky, but with Gabroth's coronation, there'll be people from all over Leyrid and probably some diplomats from and rulers from other kingdoms across Idavol. So it might be easier to get all of you in there than we think. We'll just have to be careful.
And Resh will actually speak up to that and say, that's actually a valid point. Perhaps it might be better for us to split into rather smaller groups. You all would be less likely to be noticed.
Well,
That's a good idea.
You know, Ari, you and Arca and Taffy, you're probably less likely to get, I don't know, shot at with a crossbow if you walk around the temple area. So, if that's gonna be the case, how about you take Yulia, Arca, Bari, Taffy, probably Yelkish would be okay. And, obviously me and Resh are gonna be heading into the fishing district. And, let's see. Actually, Arca, why don't you come with me?
Oh, sure then.
Bird buddy.
Arca, Resh. I guess it would be a good idea to keep the human with us.
I can get us out of any trouble if we do happen to run into it.
Oh, the only trouble that's gonna happen is when we get to Fowlin's house and he sees you.
Yeah.
You know, I've been thinking about it, and I had to pinpoint where I knew you from. You're the crazy food lady.
Crazy? They were calling me crazy in the fishing district. Well, I thought I was perfectly. I thought I was coming off as like perfectly sane.
Well, according to Fowlin, you have concocted a terrible scheme to ensnare the Drow people with your witch food.
You hear Resh, like, make this small sort of, like, breathy, like, almost a huff of air. You swear you could almost see him smile.
I lean in closer to Taffy. Oh my god.
I didn't think I'd see it.
Just laugh. Was that a laugh? I can't tell if that was a laugh or not.
I think it was. I
Oh my god, he is capable of that.
think we've witnessed something that was not meant to be viewed by mortal eyes.
Oh, clearly not.
Give Resh a hard time over.
I can't.
We love him. Believe me, we love him.
We love him. We love our
We
dad.
wouldn't be making fun of him if we didn't love him.
Oh no.
He's the best. He's the best party dad.
He is. We appreciate him so much.
Yeah.
You know, if I remember clearly, I think Fowlin had a certain affinity for one of my stews. You know,
If I remember correctly, he thinks you're literally evil, so,
he did.
He did.
You know,
But he did like my stew.
he did really like my stew.
I may be evil, but I make a
He
good
came over
stew.
twice for it.
And Ari will kind of pipe in and say, so, now Chalice, then, what groups were we going in? You said you were taking Arca, Resh, Aoife. It might be good if you take Nyalkish with you. I just get worried we might get noticed if she's with me.
Oh, alright, I'll take Nyalkish if you don't mind, Your Highness. The fishing district is a very dirty place.
And Nyalkish just kind of gives a small nod of her head as she'll say, you know, I've always tried to tell the council something should really be done to help the people there, but they usually waved me off, so I think it might be good to get to see it for myself.
Right. Okay.
And then Ari will say, well then, Yulia, Yavari, Taffy, I guess we'll stick together, and I don't know, I guess we'll do some reconnaissance, as he kind of directs that question back to you, Narshellis. And then should we meet back up at Fowlin's house? Perhaps just try to get a lay of the land sort of thing?
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest, I'm gonna be beatlining over there. The fact that he didn't leave the city when he promised me he was going to, I've got words.
No, I'm sure.
Which, by the way, and he'll stop and he'll look at Aoife and he'll say, "You couldn't have tried a little bit harder? I don't know, put food in his house, get him out of it."
It wasn't for lack of trying.
Did you cook him food?
I tried, but he didn't want to take any of it.
Then put it in his house so he leaves.
Oh,
That would work.
that would work.
I tried very hard to convince everyone that I possibly could get out of Valgard. Fowlin, with him, it's just complicated, and he didn't want to come.
What do you mean it's complicated?
Just that it was complicated. I don't know what you want me to say. I mean, we had been sort of acquaintances at one point, and then he just had decided not to trust me anymore, and I don't blame him. Valgard is no. Valgard hasn't been kind to the Drow, and especially the Order of the Seven, the temple there. They've been completely awful. I don't blame him for how he feels.
Why does he just not trust you?
Well, I don't really think he would have trusted anyone who worked with the Order. Not just me.
That's not what I asked.
What are you asking?
I'd like to roll insight.
Oh, I hate this.
Okay, so what exactly are you trying to figure out here?
If they're just stalling or lying.
Okay. So then, Aoife, if you would like, if you feel like she's trying to hide something.
No, I'm not. I got that one. I don't know shit.
Oh, I guess now
read anything.
yeah.
Oh,
You don't fucking. Yeah, as far as you know, she's telling you the truth.
Wow.
Goddamn.
The roll keep coming.
Just looks at her and narrows his eyes and glances at Resh and then glances at her. And he just goes, "Right. When we get out, I hope you know. When we get there, I'm gonna ask him."
Alright. Go on and ask him.
Oh man, I can't wait to see him. I haven't told a leg joke in so damn long.
A leg joke.
No, look at
You
that. It's
tell
like,
leg jokes.
of course, Arca. Well, he can't catch me.
I mean, that is true.
So mean.
I actually still remember there was this one time I had come back and he had just come back from the market, and of course he would not let me help him at that point. And he comes in and I see him carrying these bags and I go, "Oh man, what'd that cost? An arm and a leg?" He locked me out of the house that night.
That's a pretty good one.
Oh God, but and as you all will continue onward, Valgard comes into sight by about the next day, and as you are approaching the large city, you can see, even from this distance, the castle looming up above the rest of the city built around it. Of course, coming to Valgard, it's first surrounded by sort of this outer layer of farmland and more rural areas of houses very spread far apart from one another, but built in rather close proximity to Valgard for people to travel to for either work or for trade, whatever the case may be. But as you approach Valgard, and you see the tall wooden walls of the outside of the city starting to come into view, you notice off on the western side of the city, by one of the entrances, you see that there's a large collection of tent and sort of very quickly put together wooden buildings and pavilions. And you see all manner of armored men and women of many different races milling about and kind of patrolling through this, what appears to be a sort of military camp that's been set up just outside of Valgard.
Oh, boy.
As far as you can tell, it is Valgard soldiers, as you can see flags of the colors of crimson and gold flying above the encampment. But it's definitely something that was not there when you all last left Valgard, and especially you, Aoife, you don't recall seeing this out by the southern entrance of the city.
Oh.
Preemptively,
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to have Narcellus kind of slink back a little and pull up his hood just a little bit more, kind of tucking his hair out of view and pulling the peak of it more over his eyes. And he's going to slink back toward Rush and he's going to say, "If you need to hide, go ahead."
Rush, kind of noticing this gathering of soldiers now sitting outside the city, he gives just a curt nod to your words, and you'll all see Rush just shadow meld down into, like, Narcellus's shadow.
Slurp.
So cool.
And, actually here, I am going to switch this.
Oh.
Yeah. Oh, boy.
Oh boy.
Oh, boy.
Levels
Oh,
supposed to
boy.
change,
Wow,
but that's fine.
a party. It's a scary party.
It's a scary party. We're in danger.
Eva is just looking like extremely confused. Like, this is not how she left Valgard.
Is this normal for well, I hate to use the execution as basis for the event since there's also coordination, but
It's a war party, Yulia.
oh, gods above.
They. Uh-oh.
Yeah, seems like they're gathering Lairud's forces.
Fantastic.
That's it.
That's
They
the
can't be for
underdog.
anything.
I presume?
Do what? What did Arcus say?
But. Oh. But. Are they planning to start another war?
Well, let's see. They did find my mother's circlet on the body of a queen dragonborn with drider venom in her veins. So,
Yeah.
it.
I bet you have a good guess what might be the kickoff signal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, I have a plan. He will whirl around, specifically kind of talking to who he hopes is Taffy.
Little, you're right, bud.
We will go around the encampment. There is another entrance off to the west into the fishing district. I can lead us over there. You guys can go into the eastern entrance, and we just pretend we see nothing.
Yeah, you roll with
I'll
that.
kind of look.
Good.
I'll look to Taffy and say, we can easily pass ourselves off as entertainers. I think I'm sure there's going to be plenty of people looking into cash in on this event.
Yeah, probably. Look back toward Arca and Aoife, and he'll say, okay. So here's how this is gonna work. If they're gonna be the entertainers, Aoife, you work for the temple, right?
Yes. So,
Oh boy. So you my new companion are going to be, let's see, I don't know. What's the best thing that I can come up with here? Arca, you got any ideas?
No.
You try.
Fantastic. This is fantastic.
Maybe. Forgive me, Aoife. I know next to nothing really much about the order. Are pilgrimages a common thing?
Well, yes. There are certain holy sites that have many pilgrims, but I'll probably be recognized at some point in Valgard since I was
Oh, that's right.
sort of
As they're
Well-
talking, I want Ursula's to go up to Arca and just kind of circle him a couple times, looking him up and down. And then I want him to, like, put his hands on his armor and kind of shuffle it around here and there. And he's going to look at Arca and he's going to say, "Can I change you?"
here
Oh
we
my
go.
gosh, do it.
Do you mean another polymorph?
Yeah, you got a problem with it?
I mean, as long as Arca is agreeable, then I guess
That's why
it's
I'm
beyond
asking
me.
Arca.
Yeah, alright, sure. What are you going to change me to?
Best you don't know that.
Alright.
Oh, great.
Because not even I know.
And, he'll... This is gonna be so damn weird. He will kind of back himself up and look at Arca and kind of create, like, the hand gestures that he needs. And you'll hear him say something very quietly under his breath. And, he's going to attempt to change Arca. And I'm going to, I'm gonna send this description to you, Starion.
Okay.
Oh boy.
Terrified.
I'm terrified.
Ethan's very excited. Ready for this.
The last couple of times Polymorph was involved, it didn't go 100% excellent.
What are you talking about? We're
I
perfectly
heard
fine.
it's a very useful spell.
Well, we
Might be
almost,
good to sneak a Aarakocra into the city.
that's true. Well, Taffy, you were a spider. How would you rate that experience?
As long as there's no books present. I don't think I can handle that again.
We avoid the library then.
He's just kind of staring at the grass like dead stare. Like he's reliving some kind of horrific moment.
And, yeah, that's what he's going to polymorph Arca into.
Oh boy.
All right, so Arca, you kind of like feel your whole body like begin to tingle as the polymorph spell begins to take effect. And soon enough, the rest of the party, you watch as his wings like shrink down and like vanish back into his skin. His feathers begin to, almost melt down into his body and turn from his bright white and grays and yellows into brown human skin.
Oh.
And, rather than the grand crest up upon his head, it folds downward and becomes this thick, black braided hair. And Arca, you watch as it almost seems like the rest of the party gets smaller, but you're actually just growing taller by nearly a whole foot of
Holy
height.
shit.
And so now, soon enough, standing before you guys, instead of Arca, is a human man with dark skin and braided black hair, with a hooked nose and these brilliant yellow eyes. there's something almost in the face or the cheekbones that reminds you somewhat of Resh. And you can't help but see the resemblance between this man Arca has taken the form of and Narshellus. As it almost looks like the two could perhaps be related in some way.
Didn't
Got
know you
another
could turn
dad.
someone to human.
You turn someone into anything.
Let's call him.
Oh,
Like Arca, like touching his face and his hair and everything. He's
I
just like,
take out the
"Oh my
little mirror
God."
that I got
Oh no.
and I hold it out to Arca.
Arca looks into the mirror and he is like, "Is that me?" And he's like shifting to and fro, like looking at his reflection. And then he's like, "Oh, this is horrifying." He turns to Aoife and he's like, "How do you stand this?"
you do look handsome.
My wings are gone.
There is
That's
a
for an hour. Chill out.
very uncanny resemblance between the two of
That
you.
too.
Kind
This
of what
is
I
good. So, then we'll be, you'll be acolytes, and we'll be going to the temple. But not really.
Perfect.
But that'll be our cover story. That'll be our cover story, and then once we get in through the gates, we'll be good.
Right.
Alright. Okay. I'm normal human man Skanda. What do you guys worship again? Sophus?
Yes.
Oh god. Oh, this is weird.
It's only temporary. It's gonna be okay.
I can't wait for the Looney Tunes moment where Arca jumps off a building and then tries to fly and then can't.
Oh no.
Arca, you just gotta be you just gotta be my father for an hour, okay?
Alright. Okay. I can do this. Thank
You can
God.
do this.
Well, I guess we could be brothers or something. That's fine. Cousins with a strange resemblance.
Very uncanny.
Alright, so then everything decided upon, you all split into your two groups. Arca, Narshellus, Aoife, and Nyalkish, with Resh hiding in Narshellus' shadow at the moment, head west to make a rather long circle around the military encampment to reach the western gate. Meanwhile, Runarian, Yulia, Taffy, and Yavari, you'll head to the closest entrance, the east gate, to get into the main portion of the city proper. Let's see. Give me 1 second.
How does Monder's Mondering trope sound to all of you?
I like the alliteration.
I love it.
You.
So many M's.
It's a soft sound.
Monder's Mondering musicians.
Oh,
Can you play an instrument?
I
Well,
think everyone can.
I might have practiced a little bit with where the hell is it? He's patting himself down. No, I don't have it. Oh no. Oh, that's right. I was gonna buy one and I never did. Damn it.
Can you count beats or keep a beat?
Yeah, I can probably keep a beat
Perfect.
in before Taffy starts rapping.
The Please.
Please,
No.
please no.
So, I think I'm gonna go ahead and start with the group heading into the fishing district of the city.
Oh, okay.
Um,
Oh.
But I'd first, Aoife, Narcellis, and Arca, I'd like you all to please roll perception checks for me.
Oh boy.
Actually, Starion, could you run in here for me?
Oh, yeah, hold on one second.
Sorry.
Perception.
You know what? I'm gonna use my anima shard on this.
You know what? I might do that too. Okay. Okay, Narcellis got a good perception.
Oh, good. I still haven't used mine this session, so you know.
I'm just like, is something else gonna pop up? But then I'm also like, I didn't want to roll that.
It was
That
like,
was-
no. Too bad.
I wanted to use my anima shard. Well, I guess we're not.
Probably reroll.
Can I just roll again?
Darion allows it.
I'll ask when Starion gets back.
Yeah.
I'm holding mine in case I need to make a persuasion
Because
check. I feel like it.
So far, Aoife has been rolling like zeros basically on all of these perception checks.
Oh, bless you.
See nothing, like
Unperceptive.
3s and 2s and 4s.
Aoife seeing less than the drow who's like
Who can't see
something.
shit? Yeah. Aoife's just very oblivious. She's like she's working on getting like her like you know like temple kind of like vestments on, so she looks like all official. She's like had them like stowed away in some bag this entire time because you're not wearing. It's not smart to wear those in the Underdark.
Yeah,
Okay,
very
sorry about
much
that.
so.
It got really hot in here.
Oh, it's okay.
Oh.
You good?
Oh, good.
You good?
My perception roll was
Oh.
bad, but I meant to roll with my anima shard, but I accidentally just rolled perception. So
Good job.
can I roll perception again?
Oh, you meant to roll with your anima shard, you said?
Yeah,
Yeah, feel free to just roll one more time then.
perfect. Watch, it's not gonna be good. That's better.
Better?
Yeah.
Yeah,
We'll go
It's
for
passable.
it. We'll go
So,
for it.
as you all are making your way over to the farthest entrance to Valgard, the western entrance, rather close to the fishing district and the docks that lead out into the Shimmer, you of course have to make your way around the encampment closest to Valgard. And as you all go, Narcellis with your hood up and the rest of you trying to not look too terribly suspicious as you go. You'll notice all of you will notice that as you're going, you just kind of glance about, other than at Valgard, kind of to the surrounding areas. You'll notice that this isn't the only war encampment. You see
no.
that from Valgard, out to shoot. Sorry. You see pretty much from Valgard out to the Godswood, you can see, like more clusters of tents and, quickly built buildings and stuff made of wood and simple designs are kind of dotted across the open plains between Valgard and the Godswood. And you see even further out to the east and the north towards the Green Ridge Mountains, there are even more camps filled with more soldiers. Clearly, it is Valgard, or Leyrid, gathering its strength, preparing for war. And as you pass the one closest to Valgard, Arca, you notice, you just kind of happen to glance over and you see there's this particular figure that captures your attention sitting upon horseback. looks to be a man in about his mid-30s with light blonde hair that's cropped very short, wearing heavy armor that's decorated in a trimming of gold, and you see this draconic symbol, the symbol of Leyrid, is emblazoned on the back of his armor in bright crimson red. And you see he's followed by a number of other people, seeming to be discussing things with them. And something about his appearance leads you to believe that he's likely some sort of important figure that you just kind of tuck away in your mind for later. And as the four of you approach the western entrance of Valgard, you already get the feeling that the city is a lot busier than it had been when you were last here. You know, when last you were here, yes, it was about the end of the holiday that you'd been celebrating at the time, but this is a different sort of feeling to it. Rather than people being excited and enthusiastic about celebrating this holiday, it seems people are kind of frantically, at this point, busying themselves with preparing things for the incoming international guests that would be attending the coronation of Gibroth Yorzir. And as you step inside, Narshellus, you notice right away things aren't the same. And Aoife as well, as you two have lived in this part of the city before. You're both very used to the fishing district, having been very clustered, very close together with, haphazardly made houses with straw roofs and, mud over just about everything. It was run down and shabby, but it was home. But now as you enter, rather than being almost suffocated by the amount of buildings that would have been on either side of you before, it's a lot more open. There's a lot of open space here.
They unfishinged my district.
They unfishinged my district!
You see that the dirt, or the road, is no longer mud and broken rock, but it's instead dirt and grass, and while not cobblestone of the nicer parts of the city, it's a lot nicer than it was. The buildings even look relatively new with very little wear on them, and you see there's maybe still a couple of older ones tucked away in the back closer to the walls. But everything's more spaced out with room to breathe, and while it feels perfectly nice for you, Arca, even if you don't have your wings, it's a little nice open space. For you, Aoife and Narshellus, it's unsettling.
I'm going to very slowly turn and just lock my gaze on Aoife's just dead silent.
And my gaze sort of meets Narshellus, and he can see that there is just there is just fear.
We're sharing the same expression.
Yeah, it's the same feeling.
And I don't know if he's gonna say anything. So as they come through the front gate and they see all of the changes,
Mm-hmm.
You said there's a lot of space between the houses. Do they see anything off?
What exactly are you looking for?
Just anything that would be alarming in nature.
Make a perception check, and Aoife and Arca, you're welcome to make some as well, if you'd like.
Okay.
We're rolling 12s today.
12, 16, nice.
I don't know, this is very Stepford. I don't like it.
Yeah.
Stop gentrifying my fishing district.
And 11. For Aoife and Arca, you guys don't really notice anything particularly alarming. You especially, Arca, while you had been in Valgard for some time, nothing's really sticking out to you that might be strange. You know that a little ways down the road to your left as you're entering into the city, you know that there's, or at least there was, an area where a lot of Aarakocra tended to gather that you frequently visited. From here, though, you can't really see anything too oddly as you haven't quite reached that street yet. And Aoife, other than there not being really nearly anywhere as many rundown shack-like buildings as there were, nothing else is kind of jumping out at you. For you, Narcellis, as you walk into the city and you're looking about, you notice that between a couple of buildings that you pass, a couple of rather new-looking homes, you see a pile of wood kind of sitting in this narrow alleyway of sorts between these two houses, and you notice the wood at first looks a little strange, looks kind of dark, and you think maybe it must have rained recently here, but as you get a little closer to inspect it out of sheer curiosity, you notice that it's not damp wood or rotten wood, it's burnt wood.
Okay,
Rather, like a rather large kind of heap of burnt wood.
I'll, make my way over, kind of dodge between some of the houses, just to kind of get a little bit closer and move on the other side. What is it? Do I need the perception?
What are you looking at? I'm sorry.
The wood itself. I've gone as close to it as
Oh.
I can, like dodging through the buildings.
Okay,
Is
yeah.
it just like charcoal?
Yeah, so you get up close to it, and it's just this rather kind of large pile of wood that, being up close to it now, you can tell it is definitely charred and burnt. And, you know, as you reach out to maybe kind of break off some of it, it almost crumbles in your hands. But it is like black, like the color of charcoal.
Okay. I'll call Aoife and Arca, and you just hear like Aoife, Arca, and kind of reaching out to touch it for a minute and feeling like the brittleness of the wood. If I turn and look around, is there like a burn area? Is there's, I don't know, any other like, I guess burn piles, you know, since the buildings are like picked up and made a little bit nicer.
Going with your perception check, now that you've seen this one, you're looking about, maybe looking for something similar, and you do kind of spot, kind of peeking around the corner of another rather new looking house, is some more pieces of charred wood kind of poking out from around the corner.
Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Just saying, and as you're inspecting for like more of these piles of wood, Arca shows up and walks beside you and what's up?
So Marcellus is just turned toward this other pile of wood that he can see. And Arca, since you're there, you can see there are these little beads of cold sweat that are starting to show up on his hairline from underneath his hood, and his hands open and close rapidly at his sides, like he's trying to shake the pins and needles out of them. And he's not going to respond, but he's going to walk towards it.
Oh, goodness. And Aoife's just sort of, like, following behind him. Sort of her mouth just, like, partially open as she's trying to digest the fact that so much has changed so quickly. And the fishing district, as she knew it looks, it's not the same as it was. And she'll just sort of turn to Arca and say, something's wrong. Yeah, something's wrong.
And Arca is definitely slower on the uptake since he hasn't lived here as long, but he does kind of slowly piece together, like, from that everything in the fishing district had to have gone somewhere, and these piles of wood sure do tell a not good story. And you just hear him say, "Oh."
I would, if it's okay, DM. I'd like Marcellus to try to go to Fallon's house.
Oh.
Yeah.
I don't like that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you guys, Aoife, Arca, do you follow Narcellus?
Yeah.
Yeah, we will. I mean, Aoife has sort of
Okay.
an inkling of where he's going once he starts going in this direction, so she's absolutely following him.
Yeah.
Okay. Alright, so yeah, Narcellus, do you say anything before you go, or are you just going?
Oh, he's not talking to them. He's tunnel vision.
Alright. So you start going across the fishing district, trying to take the pathways you once knew, but nothing is the same anymore. It's like you're in a familiar place, but it's completely foreign. And you weave your way through some of the buildings and across a few new dirt roads that have been made. And Arca, as you guys go, you notice the area where the Aarakocra had mostly been living in, where you frequented when you lived in Valgard for the time that you did. You see now that rather than the rickety houses and that they had lived in, you see there's a number of tents set up in a rather large cleared out area. And you see a few Aarakocra that you recognize kind of milling about with one another and chattering away. But you find it odd as they're living in tents now, it seems, rather than wherever their homes had once been. And you could have sworn they were here in this area. But you continue onward, and as you all pass by a last row of houses, you come upon the site of what was essentially kind of the back corner of the fishing district, tucked between the wall that separated the city from the docks, as well as the cliffside that leads up to the nobles' quarter and the castle for the royal family. And out here on this main road, to your right, you can see the Temple of the Triad looming farther down the road in the city's heart. Aoife, you can even see your house from here, off to the sort of right and somewhat ahead of you all. But directly ahead of you, in the corner of the fishing district, all that stands here now, where it used to be, yes, it used to be dirty and covered in mud most of the time. The walls of houses and different buildings beaten by rain and the salt water coming off of the shimmer. It was home for a number of you. It was, Narcellus, where you spent a lot of your time, where you grew familiar with the faces of the people that lived here, and you as well, Aoife, you came to know a lot of people, Drow especially, that you did your best to help. And now you find yourselves standing before the charred remains of the fishing district. Every house that you can see that's still standing is burnt. The wood blackened, the straw rooftops completely burned away and gone. Roofs made of wood or shingles now caved in from the fire that had eaten them from the inside out. The ground is scorched black. The trees are nothing more than just burnt wood barely standing against the wind. You see that there's what look to be a couple of watchtowers that have been erected upon the sort of outside of this final area of the fishing district that has not been rebuilt. And you can spot a couple of guards standing watch at the very top of the towers. And you see, dotted between the burnt and ruined buildings and scattered across the scorched grass, you see there's a number of tents that have been pitched for the people who have now been essentially forced from their homes out of whatever fire had ravaged this part of the city. You see drow that you both had once known, humans and tiefling and whoever else lived in this area. You see them all now gathered around tents and small campfires, looking even more disheveled and grim than they ever had been. And Narcellus, you continue in, despite the wreckage surrounding you. And you make your way to the very back of the fishing district, where you knew Fallon's house sat at the very back corner where the wall touched the cliff. And as you come to the house, to this place you had lived in for over a year or so, you are met with the similar sight of the rest of the fishing district, of a house that's nothing more than a burnt shell of what once stood here, with no signs of life nearby.
So he's gonna stand there for longer than he should. And most of it is because his legs feel like lead, and he has this, can only really call it like a lump under his chin and his throat. And Rush is still in his shadow.
At this point, as you come up to Fallon's house, Resh has now kind of come to your side. And he's kind of staring up at the building with a unreadable expression on his face.
He must have gotten out, right? He surely must be somewhere. Probably evacuated, ran away.
You see Nercellus's hands are just balled very tight. And the face that you know to usually be, he's mischievous, he's a little shit. It's usually cracking a grin or just like making some kind of stupid face at you. His mouth is small and thin. And his jaw is set, and his eyes are so wide that you can see the black just around the whole bottoms of his purple pupils. And he doesn't say anything to you, Arca.
Yeah, understandable.
But he will turn back very quickly. And you'll hear his boots kind of hitting against the, I'm assuming, ashy soil.
Yeah, pretty much.
Mhm.
I'm sorry. I was about to say, yeah, pretty much the entire ground here is nothing but blackened wood and soot and ash. And yeah, kind of crunches beneath your feet as you walk.
You said that there were drow that I recognized before.
Yeah, so there are, like, probably the closest little camp to you. There are some people you recognize there, perhaps either a drow or you see there's a rather familiar Triton sitting close to a campfire.
Oh.
Oh.
Okay.
Yeah.
Also, really quick, just to check in with y'all.
Is anybody dying?
How we all doing?
I'm still alive.
I know it's late.
I can keep going.
We had a couple things we wanted to get to if possible. I say we, Kayla, had a couple things. I don't know what the fuck's going on.
Listen,
I'm like already. I'm like crying. So
we
we're
need
here.
to.
I'm so sad.
We gotta at least know if the dude's alive.
Yeah.
As far as I know, Kayla had a couple things for Arca, for I think Taffy as well. If we could maybe keep going. For another
Yay,
no.
another dream sequence for Taffy!
Oh no, it could be worse than that.
Awesome.
Awesome.
But,
baby.
Familiar Triton.
Yeah, so...
Okay, I know who it is. There's only one Triton we've met.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Oh yeah, go. No, you go ahead. I'm so sorry.
No, you're fine. Anna, stop crying. He's fine.
I'm
we're all
so
fine.
scared.
Oh no.
Marcellus will go up to the Triton, who I'm assuming, correct me if I'm wrong, is the guy who was at the inn that was always asleep.
And as you approach, indeed it is.
Is he awake?
But yeah, you see the Triton. Kivus is his name.
Yes, Kivus.
Which I'll just, yeah, whatever. There you go. And you see he's kind of sitting probably on just the ground at the moment, and you recognize him by the same kind of shabby vest that he's always worn over his bare chest and a simple pair of pants or whatever the case may be. And yeah, he is awake, kind of sitting at the fire, maybe has a small like cup in his hand of what's probably just water or something of the sort. But yeah, what do you do as you approach?
It's a very brisk approach.
Mm-hmm.
The same expression is just on his face as he pulls back his hood into the sunlight. And he reaches forward and just grabs this Triton by the front of his shirt.
Uh-oh.
And just hauls his ass to his feet. And just says, "Where are they?"
And as you pull him up onto his feet, he has this look of like shock and surprise as he's dropped what little water he had left in his cup. And he's like, what are you talking about?
Where are they?
Oh, no.
And he like blinks and kind of takes a moment to look you over, Narcellus, as it takes him a moment to kind of fully register who it is that's grabbed him. and he'll say, you talking about the two kids?
Yes. Where?
They're next little area over, and he like jerks his thumb kind of over his shoulder to a little group of tents that are kind of sitting closer to like the cliffside.
He will push this Triton back and immediately go toward those tents.
And
he's running.
Yeah, you head over and you spot probably a more drow kind of seem to have gathered over here, sticking together.
To the dark corners, yes.
I'm sorry?
To the dark corners, yes.
Yeah. But yeah, more drow seem to have gathered here together. And you make a perception check for me.
Oh.
Terrifying.
15. All right, and you do see, sitting at kind of one of the fronts of the tents, you see there's a drow woman, who looks fairly young and youthful, but covered in a mixture of soot and dirt that's staining most of the white hair that falls just to her shoulders, and this bluish skin that's almost black with how dirty she's gotten, perhaps from being around in all of the burnt buildings. And you see next to her, or sitting beside her as she's trying to hold out some food, you see she's sitting next to a young kid, a male, that you do recognize as Zreth.
Okay.
Yeah. It seems to be that she's trying to convince him to eat something, but he looks very uninterested and isn't looking up at her whatsoever.
Nursha's seeing him, like his shoulders fall, and he's like, okay. And he makes his way over to stand, and he'll make loud enough steps, like scuffing his feet in the dirt to get this woman's attention. And when he gets her attention, he lowers his head, kind of averts his gaze from her for a moment before maintaining it, and he'll say, do you have a minute? And he'll lower himself down onto like a squat in front of Zreth, and he'll say, hey.
And as you approach, she looks up at you with a sort of cautious look in her crimson gaze, but kind of relaxes somewhat as she gets a good look at you. And at your question, just gives a small nod of her head. And as you crouch down in front of them and in front of Zreth, he looks up as you do so, and you see immediately, looking at his eyes, he's been crying. Like, you can see, dried tear tracks falling down his face, and his lip is in a pout as his eyes seem still rather watery. And he looks at you for a long moment, and then suddenly he's standing up, which isn't very much taller than you crouching down there. And he'll suddenly reach forward and grab your shirt with both of his hands. Very tightly. And he'll try to almost shake you somewhat, but it's feeble and not entirely a lot of energy behind it, as his lip begins to quiver, and you just hear him sort of whisper out in this rather raspy voice, where's Dad?
Oh no.
Oh no.
What are you talking about? And I'll reach up and try to, like, unpin his fingers from my cloak. And,
He is holding on very firmly.
it's just like, okay.
Where's Dad?
I don't know. That's what I'm trying to figure out, okay? And I'll kind of look at this woman like, fucking help me.
And she'll kind of reach over and put a hand on Stress's shoulder, and she'll just say, "Child, come now, you really must eat." And he'll, like, throw his arm back to knock her hand away and say, "No, not until we find Dad."
Okay. Just, he'll stand up, and he's just like, okay, so they haven't found him. Okay, sure, fine, okay. And are there any other drow around?
Yeah, there's quite a few hanging out, and a couple are kind of looking your way now at Zress's very sudden outburst.
I will look over toward Arca and Aoife and Bresh, and just kind of go over to one of the other drow, and I'll speak in Drowlic, and I'll say, you guys didn't find Fowlin?
And the one you approach is a drow man that you think you've maybe seen around the fishing district, but maybe wasn't one that you ever spoke to very often. He's a little shorter than you are, has a couple of wrinkles around his eyes with this, deep onyx skin and stark white hair that he has just kind of flowing freely around his shoulders. And he'll look over at you, and you'll see his eyebrows immediately knit together in this look of concern or maybe pity. As he'll say in Drowic, and he'll respond well, Gosra's been trying to tell the kids, but they don't want to listen to her.
Tell me what?
About Fowlin, he got caught in the fire.
Okay, then where is he?
He didn't make it out, kid.
Well, that doesn't make any sense. I mean, he's okay, yeah, he's got one leg, but I mean, he can still walk out of a burning house.
It wasn't that easy. He kind of, like, looks around at everyone kind of here in the camp and looks over towards Zress, who's sat back down on the ground with, like, his arms over his chest, crying again. The soldiers came a while back, surrounded us in the fishing district, and set the place on fire. Led by that old bitch of a colonel.
That gets him.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Actually, he'll say after that, really quick, he'll say, or I guess I should say general now.
He doesn't say anything, and he turns around. And he doesn't go back to Zress, and he doesn't go back to the woman who was trying to console him. And as he approaches you guys, since this conversation was in Drowic, you see a different person. His eyebrows are furrowed down, and his mouth is this tight, line. And as he's turned his back to these people who approaches, he is freely, silently crying.
No.
But he doesn't make a sound. He just turns and he looks at Aoife. And after a minute, like blinking, glances at Resh, and then just looks at Aoife. And he goes, "You didn't try hard enough."
Oh,
Oh no.
Oh no.
And Aoife, who's sort of been piecing everything together through the limited amount of Drowic that she knows, which is very so limited, to just the expression on his face, to the crying child, at this point, she's just sort of standing with like the back of her hand like pressed to her mouth, as almost if to like stifle a sob, and her eyes are just wide and unreadable, in that it's a mixture of so many different things. It's hard to understand, and she just shakes his head, and she shakes her head in like up and down as if she agrees with what he's saying, that she didn't try hard enough.
Are you crying? You don't get to cry. And he'll get closer to her. And he'll say, "You don't get to be sad over this. You're part of the Order. How the fuck do I know that you didn't do this and then run off to the Underdark?" Why aren't you responsible too?
And she just she can't say anything back to him because there's nothing that she can say, because she feels that he's right. So she'll just stand there sobbing.
Completely disgusted, he just turns this vicious expression to Resh. And at this point, his whole upper torso is just shaking. And he glances from his brother to weird human Arca. And I'm gonna ask you a question. Oh, go ahead.
Mhm.
Go ahead. No. Go ahead, Arca.
Okay. Arca doesn't know what happened in the conversation, but he gets it implicitly what's happened, and he just very carefully places a hand on Marcellus' shoulder.
He will not let him. He will just slap it away.
Okay. All right. Valid there. And he just kind of just sighs and he says, "I'm so sorry."
Not as sorry as they're gonna be. DM, I have a question.
yeah.
Are there any guards? Any soldiers? Any guards?
Probably the closest ones you can see are standing up in a nearby, like, outlook tower. That's just kind of at the edge of where all of the burnt buildings begin.
I need an out of character moment
Okay.
to discuss something with Anna and Rana.
Okay.
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 Do I have your permission to roleplay this out?
Like, what are like do like a role play out of character or
No. I'm trying to decide how to describe what I want him to do.
Okay.
It's bad.
Uh-oh.
Nice.
If he doesn't implicate you guys, can I have him attack the guard?
Oh, boy.
No.
Oh boy, well, I guess we're gonna be breaking more people out.
Oh, kind of damn. If this is what he would do in this moment, then I'm to go for it.
Yeah. Go.
I just wanted to make
Nuts,
sure because you guys have the knowledge that he's gonna do this.
Okay.
Oh boy.
And after locking his eyes on Resh's for a moment with this just completely out of character expression on his face, he turns toward this guard tower that has been erected in the middle of the burnt fishing district. And you said that there's a guard at the top? Just one, or?
You can spot like two of them standing up there, just kind of keeping an eye out on things.
They're not gonna be up there for much longer.
Uh-huh.
He's going to get in distant. Leaving them behind. I'm not even sure what Resh is doing at this point, but he's not looking at him, or at Arca, or at Aoife, and he's gonna light it on fire.
Oh,
As he should.
But he's not just gonna use Firebolt.
Oh no.
He's going to cast at the very top of this thing. At level 4.
Oh no.
Oh, boy.
Fireball.
Oh boy. Go ahead and just roll the 9d6 for me.
Oh my god.
Terrified.
Just so I can see how much this does.
Oh.
Alright. You walk away from them, and Resh is looking at you oddly. Seeing this expression on your face, and, he himself, knowing who Fowlin was, looking rather conflicted, but he...
Continue.
But he makes no move to stop you. Nyalkish this whole time has been silent. She's has her hands kind of folded in front of her, and she's mostly looking about at the burnt buildings and piles of rubble with a look of sadness in her eyes. And she doesn't really seem... She looks at you, Nershellus, as you walk away, wondering what you're doing, but she doesn't ask. And as you lift a hand to fire off your spell, your anima comes surging out of you in this great burst of fire. And the guards don't see it coming, as the flames shoot forth and connect with the top of this outpost, which is completely made of wood, meant to be a temporary structure. And the entire top of it explodes from the sheer force of your spell. Wood flies out in every direction, splintered and some burning from the fireball spell that hit it. You know, it's this large, crackling, just sudden burst of wood as the 2 or maybe 3 guards, you're not really sure, are flung from the top of this tower from the magnitude of this fire hitting them and exploding. And all of them, whether alive or dead, hit the ground and don't move. Half scorched and singed by the fireball spell. And what's left now of this lookout tower is now burning as well, just like the rest of the fishing district had been at one point. And you can hear in the distance, all of you, shout of alarm as you can probably see from a little ways down the road and away like towards the docks. Other soldiers are beginning to move in on your location.
Oops.
Oops.
I will turn back toward Arca and Nia especially, and just immediately just say, go.
Aren't you coming with us?
Even
Right.
Yalkish will say, oh, I'm sorry, go ahead, Arca, sorry.
No. He's just like saying like, and then he's just like kind of like lost for words because this really caught him off guard.
And Yalkish herself will say, but Ishran, we have to go.
And he'll look at Nia and he'll just say, your soldiers killed Fowlin.
And she looks very hurt at that. And she just kind of takes a step back, as if kind of getting herself ready to turn and go, as the soldiers are very quickly approaching. And you see Resh looking from Narcellis to Nyalkish to Aoife. And you just see him give Narcellis, you see him give you this look of he's how do I describe it? He's perhaps a little upset, but he understands. And he doesn't say a word as he vanishes into the shadows and slips into yours. Aoife, Arca, what do you guys do?
Aoife,
Do you go?
yeah. Aoife's gonna turn to Arca, and to Nilkish. And she can't even like look at Narcellis. I'm just going to say, we need to go now. I have some place safe we can go for a while, and until maybe we meet up with the others and we figure things out. So just follow me. And she'll start heading off towards the direction in which her house is. And so follow her.
Arca is lingering there. He is staring Narcellis down, silent, kind of like silently saying with his, saying with his gaze, like, I'm not leaving you behind. You're not facing this alone. You're gonna have to move me.
And Narcellis just looks at him and says, you can't let the princess get caught. Go.
Ugh.
Arca, we have to go.
there's this very conflicted, angry kind of grunt, and then he just looks to Nyalkish and looks to Nershalis and turns to leave.
And what did you say about Nyalkish? I'm so sorry. I didn't catch that for some reason.
Oh, he just like looks between Nyalkish and Nershalis for a second.
Hmm. And Nyalkish has like tears in her eyes at this moment. And she also will turn and start running after Aoife. And Arca, or no, I'm sorry, Nershalis, you watch as your friends turn away, off to follow Aoife, as the guards quickly surround you. Assuming you're the culprit, seeing as you just happen to be here next to the now burning Outlook Tower.
Mhm.
Arca, as you turn away and begin to quickly make your escape, you notice a flash of feathers from between one of the buildings up ahead, and really it just catches your attention because you are always very keen looking out for your fellow Aarakocra. But as you see this figure kind of fully come out from one of the buildings he'd been hiding behind, it's rather small Aarakocra, child perhaps, with wings that aren't fully grown, that look far too small for proper flight, and feathers that stick out oddly in some spots. But the coloring is similar to yours, of whites and grays and a small crest that's beginning to grow on the top of his head.
Knock, knock. Here's the backstory.
Oh my god!
And you recognize this as your younger brother, Kavi.
What the fuck?
Oh,
Oh no!
What the fuck?
fuck.
Oh no!
And as he sees you, he starts to run towards you.
Isn't Arca still like human form though? But
Oh, he
Oh,
is.
yeah.
Never mind.
Actually, no. That concentration was broken.
Oh yeah,
Oh,
yeah. So
okay.
you're back
Oh.
to Aarakocra now.
True. Yeah. So you are suddenly now an Aarakocra again.
Woo!
And so as he sees you, he starts to run towards you, waving one of his arms. And that's where we're going to end the session tonight.
Oh my god.
No!
Oh boy.
Oh boy.
Dodged another trauma. Aw, baby.
Oh.
Real.
Come on.
Coming, Tabby.
It's coming.
Oh no.
Just you wait. It's
It's coming
Yeah.
now. It's coming now.
He's gonna be hit by that straight away next week.
No, listen, we can linger on this a little bit longer. Listen, I want to see what happens. How's Narshalis gonna get out of this one, huh? What?
Oh
Just
my
kill him.
God.
In jail
Just
for like
kill him.
before.
Don't do that.
Just kill him. Just put him out of his fucking misery.
His misery? No.
Yeah, really?
No.
Too invested now.
God. But yeah, thank you everyone for sticking it out. I know this was like a really long session. So I appreciate y'all being here, and thank you to everyone in chat who's hung out with us and enjoys the series. We appreciate it. And yeah, we're gonna we'll be back next week for more fun and to inflict more trauma. Haha.
How much can we torture these characters?
For real.
Collapse the party. This baby can fit so much trauma.
So much trauma.
But anyways, have a good night everyone. Take care, and we'll see you next time. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
Oof. All right, guys. Well, I do appreciate you all stopping by. It was a great time. Man, next session. Oh boy. But until then, I hope you continue to have a fantastic weekend. I gotta zip off. And I will see you all Monday probably. But until then, take it easy and stay safe out there in those Feywilds.